Always starts with a smile. Buongiorno, je m'appelle Dr. King. Today, upon my left-hand side, we have the man, the myth, the legend. Act like you don't know, so we tell them. Brother, how you doing?
Greetings all. Welcome back.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
I have got that Friday feeling. We're all matching. We've got sludge over here. And there is an elephant in the room. Don't you worry. We're going to explain. on the table today, I don't know if you've heard of him. Farid Reasons or Farid Responds in Muslim Metaphysics or something like that.
I have not heard of him. I've seen him a few times on your streams, though, when I've been watching you.
Well, we caught them. We caught them the other day, and we had to educate them that Jesus is actually judging their book in the Hadith, and they kind of ran around the topic. We butchered them a little bit, and then they tried to catch me in their new dawa script. And as it unfolded, you know how you can read something, and you read it here at the beginning, and then when you carry on going down, you realize who it's actually talking about because it's called context. We kind of went through the context. And I don't know if it's basic psychology, but they needed to get me off the stage because they had loads of other people coming in, but no one came in. They tried to wrap it up. So I came back in as Simon, but you can call me Peter. So, Simon Bar Jonah or whatever he's called, he came back on and gave him and just filled in the gaps for everyone. But without further ado, what we're going to do, we're going to play the audio because I don't want them, because if this gets out and they kind of clip this one and give me a strike, it's not going to be great, is it?
And you know they absolutely will. As soon as you start hammering a bit of truth to these guys, they'll do everything they can to take that video off you.
Yeah, even inside the Christian community. But this is them, and this is, we're going to break it down, but you're going to have a giggle today. You're going to have a giggle today because these are high-ranking with new dawa script, and it's just a trap, and they fall into their own trap, and then they run off, basically. But so let's listen to this one, okay? Why is it not a merciful act, though? We shout at world heroes, you know, like heroes that die in the war, that jump on grenades for their fellow kind. We're like, wow, that jump in front of a car and push a kid out the way. We celebrate these people. So it's self-sacrificing. So, I mean, we in the real world, we're like, oh, he's a hero. And we all clap him. So God in his mercy has done that. He's taken the punishment that we deserve because he is a just judge. I think Jesus is going to judge the world according to Islam as well. So we do agree on quite a few things.
Islam doesn't say that, no.
Bro, you have just thrown yourself under the bus. You have literally thrown yourself under the bus. Now watch the gymnastics. Just listen to the mental gymnastics that they play here. Because these are the guys that you're following that are literally openly lying to you. We haven't even got to the dawa script yet. This is gorgeous. Gorgeous. So Jesus isn't going to judge the world?
No.
How long have you been Muslim for?
Let's see. Over 12 years.
Okay. Keep reading, bro.
Well, hold on a second. Anyway. Hold on a second. You're making a claim now. Where does Islam say that Jesus is going to judge the world?
Let me just go and find it for you. And what should we have to teach him how to read? This is very interesting. The taqiyya that he uses. God appointed Isa to judge the world.
What's the text? You have
I'll get it up, bro. I know the Bible and the Quran in my head, so I can go to the verses.
Yeah, I just want to deal with this quickly, and then we can.
I'll just let me go to it. I think it's Quran 43:61. And Jesus shall be a sign for the coming and the hour of judgment. And then we go here. There's quite a few verses. I think it's Bukhari as well.
Well, let's go through it one at a time.
So
right?
yeah, the Sahih Bukhari. So this is the most authentic. So it's 455,657. So surely Isa, it's saying Jesus in brackets here, but surely Jesus.
I just want to point out for the audience that 4361. Just want to point out that 4361 says nothing about Jesus
Okay, so let's go to this Sahih Hadith.
I'm ruling the world.
Bukhari. I'll send it in private chat, but I'll just read it. Watch them dance. Watch them dance. Ready?
Okay. Private chat here. What is it?
It's not
I said I will.
Oh, okay.
Process. Yeah, cool. No worries. There you go. Do you want to read that for me, Aki?
Let's see.
What's that, guys? Can you read that? You got it? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I'm just putting it in here.
Very interesting. No worries. Yeah, it's on the private chat. You could read it, and people could test it as well. I'll put it in comments as well. So I actually send the verse into the comments, which is pretty clever because it allows other people to read it as well. So, not a problem. There you go, guys.
Pretty sure that's not from Bukhari.
Okay, that's your opinion. Have you seen how many volumes Bukhari actually has? Listen to this.
I have in one volume.
Okay. Say that again?
I have in one volume.
You have one volume?
No, I have it in one volume. I have a condensed Bukhari.
Condensed. Do you think they're missing? Because a lot of Bukhari, didn't he get more hadiths and burn about, is it 93% or 97% of them he burnt?
No.
No?
No, he didn't burn anything.
No, not burn it. Get rid of them. Sorry, I'm thinking of Uthman then. Silly. When he missed out the diacritical marks. Yeah. It's easy to get confused.
What's your name, bro?
I'm Here I Am, Lord, send me. You can follow it.
It's a very long name. Can I call you here?
You can call me Adam, bro.
Adam, okay. Adam, the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure that we're not going to find anything in Bukhari that says that.
Oh, no, you could read it. You've got the text right in front of you, bro. You've got the text right in front of you. Watch what he tries to do to his audience. It's there. Have you read all of Bukhari, just out of interest?
I've read quite a large chunk of it.
What would you say large in percentage? Say Bukhari is this big in textual form. The Quran's about that big. A third?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of reading. Have you read the Bible from end to end?
Adam, we're not doing this. Let's stick with this specific report.
Yeah, just go to the book. It's there. Do you want to
we're not doing this thing where I say, you do this, you do that.
I'm not here jumping around too much.
Yeah, we're not doing this thing where we're going to test each other in terminology and knowledge of text and whatnot. I could do that to you, right?
This is literally what the discussion is. We only have text to go from, Rev.
But let's be.
We get the information from the text. According to you, Jesus is the judge.
Bro, chill.
Okay. Bro, trust me, I'm calm. I was just eating a burger and I saw your face pop up.
Good to hear. Now I'm looking for this report in the Bukhari right now. Okay,
but it's there. It's in the private chat.
Yeah. Give me a sec. And inshallah, when I find it, we'll go through it. Because right now, this is what you sent.
Shall I read it for you?
Yeah, you could read it. Go ahead.
Okay. It says, surely Jesus, the son of Mary, will soon descend amongst you and will judge mankind. I have a native Arabic speaker on my channel. We can go to the Arabic, but on another time. You could come on anytime you want.
So I was curious about the Apostle Peter wrote the same thing, saying that Isa would come back in the same way as he was taken up into the sky. In Acts 1:11. That's from Bukhari.
No, listen, did you hear what he said? He quoted Peter, which was a verse underneath, and he said, "Is that from Bukhari?" Listen to the response. This is so slimy to his audience. I put the text in there. If you want to watch it, I love you to go and watch it to realize how slimy these guys are. But listen, I catch them by the toe every single time. Watch this. No. So above it says Sahih Bukhari, and then below it says that it's in our book as well.
No, so you're saying this Apostle Peter thing is not in Bukhari? Is that what you're saying?
No. What you're doing is you're reading the verse that's from Bukhari. You're not saying it's from Bukhari, and then you're reading down and say we confirm it, but the chat actually has it. So I wouldn't die on that hill. Hadith before, and then the Bible confirms it. So both books actually agree that Jesus will die. Did you just think, I don't know. Hang on. Did you just think that I read from the Injil?
I don't know. You sent me the stuff. It says the Apostle. Bro, let me speak, bro. Let me speak.
You start from the top and you read it. The Hadith first. No, I'm just telling you how to read.
Dude,
I'm just teaching Farid, or whatever his name is, how to read. Left to right, right to left.
We can't have this conversation, man. We can't.
Why not?
Jake, can we have this conversation with this guy? Because he keeps cutting me off every time I say a couple things.
He won't let us talk. Yeah, I don't know why.
listen, bro. We could do a couple minutes. You want to speak for a couple of minutes, then we speak for a couple of minutes because I wasn't interrupting you when you were speaking.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So you wrote this stuff in the private chat. It includes the stuff about the Apostle Peter. When I saw this, I was like, "There's no way this is from Al-Bukhari."
No, the Apostle Peter wrote the same thing. It says the same thing. So the clock strikes.
Okay,
So hang on, how are you interpreting this? Just read it, because
I'm confused. I'm like, this guy's sending me some stuff that says Apostle Peter.
No, is that a different verse? You see the close of the commas,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So was my interpretation correct? It's just confirmed.
Now I'm gonna look it up.
No worries, bro. I would have thought you'd have known that.
No.
So you don't know that Jesus is going to judge from your own text, or Issa's going to judge from your own text, even though the text is in front of you. You've then said that you think that this verse from the Bible is in Bukhari. I'm like, bro, you read a page from the top to the bottom. I had to teach him how to read, because he's already trying to like say that, you think that Paul's writings is in Bukhari. I'm like, bro, at the top it says Sahih, and then it's another verse underneath confirming it from the Bible. You slimy man. And the other thing is, the guy doesn't pull him up on this. It's like, bruv, if I caught us lot lying, I'd be like, yo, bro, just read the text. So let's have a listen. This is the big Farid, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, you know this hadith, right, Farid?
It's Sahih, bro. Are you going against Bukhari?
No, but the translation you gave is not actually accurate.
Well, I tell you what, another time you can come on when I have my native Arabic speaker and we can go through.
I don't need to, because you're the one who's making the claim. So you're the one that has to establish it.
I knew this in my head, bro. I was surprised.
Let me just tell you, there's nowhere in the hadith where the word mankind is. There's nowhere.
It just changed the goalpost. Mankind to Jesus is a judge. And watch what they come out later. We'll get to the dawa script later, his new dawa script later, which is cooked live.
Anywhere where the word mankind or all people or everyone, it's not there. It doesn't exist.
Have you read all the hadiths, mate?
I've read this hadith and I have an entire video on it refuting your ridiculous point.
Is it ridiculous point?
Yes, because it's nowhere in the hadith is the word mankind.
Why? Oh, in all the hadiths.
There's not a single hadith that
says again?
There's not a single authentic hadith that says Jesus, peace be upon him, is going to judge all of mankind.
Bro, you're killing me, Shakespeare. It's about Jesus being a judge. And this is your English translation that the majority of the world read, because very few people speak Arabic, which is pretty handy. But let's continue. You're killing me, Shakespeare. You're killing me.
You haven't produced one yet. You haven't produced one.
Talking. Hey, I know my book and your book.
Obviously, you don't.
So is Jesus going to judge the world? Is he seated at the right-hand side of Allah?
There's not a single hadith that says that, sir.
So was Jesus No, Jesus is not sat on the right-hand side of Allah?
You're moving to another point.
No, I'm just telling you that
we're dealing with the hadith that you're claiming to present.
We're talking about Isa, not Jesus. Let's change the words.
Yeah, we're
he's judging and he's seated with Allah.
We're dealing with the hadith that you brought, and nowhere in the Arabic does it say that he is going to judge mankind.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay, what does it say in the Arabic? This is so funny. When they read it and I ask them what that word means, they're going to throw into their own trap here. Okay, no worries.
Okay, so here's the narration. Let me just share it on screen.
Just put it on the screen.
Okay. Do you want to give them the number so they can do their own research?
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, we have it right here, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
this is sunnah.com. Do you want to just copy it right to left and then do it in a Google Translate? It generally gets things wrong. It's quite interesting, the words that it changes. We do this live on my channel. Sunnah.com is the gift that keeps on giving.
So let me just read this. Excuse me.
Yeah.
When I killed him, not when I picked him up, by the way.
يوشكن أن ينزل فيكم ابن مريم حكما عدلا فيكسر الصليب. So hakam and adlan is what you're referring to. In English, it's saying judge mankind. You're correct. It does say judge mankind.
Thank you. Thank you.
However,
Thanks for being honest, bro.
in the Arabic, yeah, it's fine. But in the Arabic, as Jake pointed out, the word mankind is not there.
It's not there.
Oh,
Just says hakam and adlan.
So you're not getting the correct translation in English?
No, you're not. You're the one that provided the translation.
So do Muslims in the English world, in the English speaking world, which are they speak more, not many. It's a car crash in slow motion, isn't it? It literally is a car crash in slow motion.
Dude, having a conversation with any Muslim is always a car crash in slow motion. I've yet to see one useful, decent debate with a Muslim.
And he goes, I've read all of Bukhari. I've got a condensed version. I'm like, bro, Bukhari's this big. I've read a third of them. You don't know this one. And there's multiple versions.
4 words. Why do you need to condense it any further? It's already like half a page of big, 50
massive letters. There you go. Handy for blind people as well. It's just so funny. So listen to the word that he actually uses. And we haven't even got started on the dawa script, mate. If you want to watch 2 guys that you hold up high, run, destroy themselves on a hadith, and then try use a new dawa script. It's like, you wait till you see my next video. And he reads, listen, just hold tight for the next dawa script that he's going to go to, because I have been talking about the high priest for prayer to saints being a type and shadow for about 1.5 weeks now, and no one's been able to come against it. This is so fresh in my head, but we haven't even got there. But let's see what they can keep digging, and they're like, no, what does it actually say in the Arabic? But the English people will be reading, Jesus is going to judge mankind. So forgive me for them trying to lie to you. So let's have a listen. Do people actually speak Arabic? Let's be honest. For the Islamic world, do they believe that?
Do they believe what?
That Jesus will judge mankind?
No.
According to the English translation?
As we just said to you, there is no Arabic word in that hadith.
In the English translation, stop moving the goalpost, Brev. Come on.
That says mankind. It says hakam and adlan. There is no word for mankind in the entire hadith.
And what does it say then? So you translate it for Arabic into the English, and you give me what it means in English. Ready? Okay.
It says hakam and adlan means fair judge.
Oh, so he'll be a fair judge.
Yeah, but not. It doesn't say judge all of mankind.
Jesus will be a fair judge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Does that infer that he will judge? Does that infer that Jesus will judge? What's the goalpost move?
Yep.
It means he'll be a judge or a ruler. It doesn't mean that he's judging all of mankind in a judgment day type sense that you're trying to impute.
Can only God judge?
Judgment day. Here we go.
No.
Say that again, bruv.
Oh, who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, it just they always try to conflate Jesus being resurrected with the resurrection day. But what they don't tell you is the resurrection day is when all mortal men who are dead are resurrected at the end of time after the infidels have all been killed. So that's reducing Jesus to that's like reducing Jesus to me when I'm dead. So by doing that, you're saying Jesus Christ of Nazareth isn't real because he's dead. It's actually Isa, and he's going to be resurrected along with all the other dead Muslims on the day of resurrection after all the infidels have been killed at the end of time. So it's like sidestepping the fact that they don't believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth at all. The guy they think is Jesus Christ is Isa, son of Allah, who is dead and is only coming back along with all the other dead Muslims, i.e. Jesus is now a Muslim.
Of course he is. Of course. It makes sense, doesn't it?
That's why they will never admit it to you, because they know if they admit those things on stream, it just throws shade on their whole, the whole Quran.
It's so easy. Who else can judge?
Everyone can judge.
So my ex's brother.
Oh, here we go. Off into the thickets. Go, take us into the thickets, Farid. There we go. Watch this one. Let's sidestep. Go.
My ex's cousin was an actual judge. It doesn't mean that he has some post-apocalyptic powers or anything like that.
But is your ex's cousin mentioned in the Quran and the Hadiths?
Apparently
Does
so.
Muhammad write about your cousin's girlfriend as a judge in their holy book?
Apparently so.
I don't think so.
It's important to point this one out. But anyway, let them trip over their own hadith. We haven't even got into the Dawa script yet. And then they kick me off because there's other Christians to come into the chat. No one's there. And I pop back up again as Simon, the reincarnated Simon. But you can call me Peter. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the best of judges. He's the most just of the judges.
Okay, that's the title. It also says he's the most merciful, but it also says he wills who he wants and deceives who he wants.
My point to you is...
Oh, did you hear that one? He wills who he wants, he deceives who he wants. Merciful God. Come on, Jake. You can do better than this.
You keep jumping to new points.
No. I'm expounding.
No. You're jumping to new points because you made a point about.
You make a claim of title, which
you made a claim about that nobody else can judge, and I'm explaining to you that even the Quran uses the term judge and applies it to human beings.
Okay, right. So that's a physical rule now, but he said he'll come back.
And that will be a physical rule. It's the same exact thing.
So Jesus will rule on the earth?
So,
I know he will.
Just for the sake of the stream,
Okay, cool. You're getting cooked. Keep making excuses, bruv. Edifying the Ummah. Let's carry on.
For the sake of the stream, you're just telling us that Jesus is going to become a judge in the just days, a just judge upon mankind. In the end of days,
mankind.
Wait.
In Arabic,
no, it doesn't say mankind. The word mankind is in Arabic,
but it does in the English, bruv.
Okay, but you're saying this based on a Muslim source. I'm here as a Muslim saying, tell us about Jesus.
Not a problem.
You're going to a Muslim source.
What would you like to know? I love Jesus. So I go into some beautiful thing about Jesus and how wonderful Jesus is. But let's go on to this one. Let's go to share this tab instead. Because you just hear me talk about how amazing Jesus is. But we get into the thickets now. Let's listen to this one. I said I will.
Oh, okay.
Process. Yeah, cool. No worries. There you go. Do you want to read that for me, Aki?
Let's see.
Can you read that? You got it?
Yeah, I'm just putting it in here.
Yeah, no worries, bro. Yeah, it's on the private chat. You could read it, and people could test it as well. I'll put it in comments as well. So, not a problem. There you go, guys. Check this one. Let's go over to this one.
And for all the people of the land.
Yeah.
So now here's the problem.
Land, bro. I'm ready.
If the prince is the Messiah,
he's not the Messiah.
Well, now you have to say he's not the Messiah.
No, why do I say he's not the Messiah? What you've done to me in Ezekiel 45 is you read the few verses and you say, is this a messianic prophecy of Jesus? Is this the prince? And I'm like, with the first few verses, yeah, it sounds like Jesus, doesn't it? It does sound like Jesus. So what it's trying to do is entrapment. But if you read further on, when presented with more text, you can change your position. And he goes, you let me try my new dawa script on him and listen to this. This is just hilarious. They're thinking they caught you on a few verses. And when you read further on, it's like, bruv, like think about what you're saying. Think about what the text says in full, because we can read a book in full. So this is the great Muslim metaphysician thinking that he's got a dawa script to trap people with the first few verses and say, I got you, because you said it. Jesus is the prince earlier on, and then later on I'm telling you, no, it's the high priest, because you read more text, bruv, because you read more text. But what it does show is it shows the character of who you are. So thank you. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Because you've read further on.
Now you have to say he's not the Messiah, but yeah. I thought that the prince was the Messiah, and I can show you from Christian commentaries here.
No, I don't care about Christian commentary. I care about the word. Go to a Christian commentary. You understand how weak that is, don't you? You can get a Christian commentator to say anything. It is literally, it's so bad going to a man's opinion just to match with yours. What about all the other Christian commentators? Can I comment on this? Can I tell you that Christian commentator's worth is nothing if you do not know who this is? So he's building his argument off other people's opinions. It's mental, absolutely mental. But hey, let me land. No,
I'm supposed to land.
Well,
You
get
can't-
there, bro, because
you-
I know the answer.
Exactly.
Let God be true and every man a
Exactly.
liar.
You know what the answer is going to be. The
No,
point
I
is that the
of course I
prince is identified as the messianic figure who the Christians and Jews believe is the messianic figure, and you believe is Jesus. But yet it
No.
says that he is going to come back and offer a sin offering, not only for the Israelites, but
No.
for himself as well. And if
No.
Jesus is sinless, then he can't
Hear me going, no, this is so bad.
be the Jewish Messiah, sir.
So I'm just looking for your words in my mouth. I can't see them. All right, cool. So when you're mentioning these things, it's actually it's alluding to the high priest, not the great high priest. So this is under the law. And then when that's fulfilled, it says, bring me no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons and the Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, I cannot away with it. It is iniquity, even the solemn meetings. So because Jesus fulfilled the law, he fulfilled it. These were types and shadows. It's alluding to the high priest. It's not alluding to the 1,000 years reign, and it's not alluding to the 2,000 years of grace. So like, you need to understand dispensations. I needed to hear more of the text. I needed to hear more of the text, didn't I, bruv? It's not, I got you. We're good, bro. Guys, if you want to check out the full video, I'm going to put it in the link. Farid, tell me about Jesus. And this argument is so baked and so cooked, it's untrue. We just have to read it in context.
Okay,
Well
so
done.
you're saying that you were wrong, that the prince is not the Messiah.
Let God be true and every man a liar. Yeah, of course. So can I say that I'm wrong when you read me 4 verses? Is that okay for you to go, what does it sound like? It sounds like a messianic prophecy. And then he starts talking about him making sin offerings with people. I'm like, well, it's clearly not talking about Jesus, is it? Clearly not talking about Jesus. What we'll do later on, we'll go to the text and we'll read the whole text through and we'll see how backwards that their dawa script has to become. And he thinks he's got this shiny gold coin. And this is like, but now when I read more of the text, is that Jesus Christ? I'm like, no, clearly it's not. It's like, what do you want me to say? I can change my position when hearing more text. Not a problem. I can humble myself. Yeah, not a problem, mate.
Yeah, so the prince in Ezekiel 45
is alluding to the high priest, which is the shadow of the king, isn't it?
Yeah, you're saying it's not the Messiah.
No, absolutely not. But it's the high priest is the shadow of the Messiah. He's the one intercessor between God and man who will perform all these things. But since they were fulfilled in Jesus Christ, they are abominations to him. So
Okay,
all of these things that you're calling, it's the even the word prince. I know his title's Prince of Peace, but the prince would show you that it's allusion to the king. He wasn't yet made king, and it's underneath the law. So it's really easy to understand this now.
Okay,
with more text.
underneath the law. So
yeah, underneath with more information, bro. I can't believe people listen to this guy, and he goes around, and he must know that if you read the text further on, what you're going to see is it's not talking about a messianic prophecy. And what you've done is you've gone to one Christian commentator who's an idiot and said, oh, he thinks it's this. It's like literally Christian tafsir. Instead of reading the text in full, if I gave this text to anybody, they go, no, that's not Jesus, clearly. But it's alluding to a messianic prophecy of the shadow of Jesus. So it is a messianic prophecy of the type and shadow. Carry on, bruv. Carry on.
We can move on, even though I can show you very clearly.
Should I tell you about Jesus
that
then?
It is. Well, you tried to, but it didn't really work too well.
Well, it was beautiful, wasn't it?
So let me ask this then.
Do you want to have some
why is the prince, even now you want to say it's not the Messiah, why is he offering sin sacrifices to be?
Because I've said it's not, and you're continuing down the path of I believe that this is a messianic prophecy when I've told you for about 5 minutes into it, when you said I've got you, and then you read the text underneath, I go, no, it's not. Like, it's so bad. And then he's got to continue with his script. Why are you telling me that this is a messianic prophecy? No, I'm not, bro. You read text further on. You read the text further on, and Jesus can't offer sacrifices after his own sacrifice. You understand how stupid you sound, but they clearly don't. They clearly don't. But he must, in his heart, know that it's an entrapment, basically, to read the first few texts, get one to say, oh, that does sound like a messianic prophecy, because it does on the first 4 verses.
Begin with, if Jesus is supposed to be the last and final sacrifice for all of mankind?
Because it's before, it's underneath the law. I've just done a video on this. It's quite
You
interesting.
mean
How
it's before? Didn't Jesus already die and sacrifice himself?
No, this is the law. This is 2,000 years below. The high priest. Everything that you're mentioning is temple duties. The prince is even alluding the title before he'll be crowned. Even that word is making me think. It's very interesting. So no, this is not. This is the 2,000 years of law. So it's the one intercessor between God and man. So Jesus, hang on, listen, let me land, listen, because it's beautiful. I'll be really quick because I don't want to overexpand this one. The high priest would enter into the Holy of Holies, who make a sacrifice of blood. High priest enters into the Holy of Holies. The high priest is a shadow of Jesus Christ, the one intercessor between God and man. This has been cooked on my channel for about 2 weeks now, week and a half. So continue. I'll skip this a little bit, but let's go over and we can just talk about it. Let me show you this one. And we'll go into the breakdown and forget them because they're just lying, butchered, cooked, and then pretending that I'm still sticking on my original point when presented with more text. So let's just go to this one. This is me coming back in. This is the tactics that they use.
Somebody here, Simon.
Yeah.
You want to try to bring him on?
Yeah. Let's bring Simon on. Hey, Simon.
Why would you continue the debate without me in? And appeal to Christians. Why would you appeal to Christian scholars? Because you can get scholars to appeal to anything. Honestly, can't you?
Simon.
Call me Peter. Call me Peter.
Oh, how about Simon Peter? Is that better?
Yeah, call me whatever you want, mate. As long as it's not early on a Sunday morning. No. Why would you continue the conversation when you have
Was there anything? Was there anything? I mean, Jake just reiterated.
I tell you what, guys. If you get the minerals, come to my channel. We can go 2v1.
It's fine.
I guess he was not happy that he got rinsed, but that's okay.
Jake, you didn't add anything new. You just said.
So listen, let's just break this one down. We're going to go into it now. So let me break down what happened. I came in. I told them that Jesus would be the judge on their Hadith. They told me that didn't exist. They went to their text and it did say that Jesus would be the judge. Isa would be the judge. There's multiple things of Jesus coming down, telling me that they read all this Bukhari and all this, that, the other. When they go to the Arabic, it said that it would be a just judge. So that Corvidge, you know about how untrustworthy the Hafs UK translation is, isn't it? Come on, bruv. Don't leave me hanging.
You had me muted is why. Do I know about how untrustworthy the regular everyday Muslim is? How very dare you? That is Islamophobic. Exactly. Muslims are the most trustworthy people you will ever find. They're totally peaceful. It's a legitimate, peaceful religion.
Exactly.
Said nobody sensible ever. No, they're complete liars. They're literally the biggest hypocrites, cowards, and liars you will ever find. And this is not even because they are personally like that. They don't even express their personality. It's because the Quran of the Muslims directly commands them to do that rather than just be honest, you know?
It's crazy.
So it's kind of a bit of a waste of time expecting anything better of a Muslim because you know, by nature of them describing themselves as a Muslim, that is what they're going to do. They're never going to give you the honest truth. They can't.
So do you think it was very interesting that I had to teach Farid how to read the text?
No, I would have absolutely expected it.
It's mental, isn't it?
I'm more surprised that he could actually manage the ability of reading properly.
Listen,
I would expect that you would have to teach him how to do it.
I sent the text to him and then I put it in the public chat as well. And it goes Sahih Bukhari and it reads that Jesus would be the judge of mankind, the judge of mankind. And then he read another verse underneath, which is Peter confirming it in our prophecies. And he says, do you think that this verse is in Sahih Bukhari? I'm like, bruv, you know, when you read that, you start at the top and it goes, oh, you see the quotation marks? That's the end of it. There's so much gold in this. If you want to watch it, there's so much gold in them lying through their teeth. I'm like, see the closed comments? He goes, oh yeah, I can see them now. So was my interpretation correct? Because you read from top to the bottom and that's just another verse from our Bible confirming it. And he's trying to allude that I'm saying that Peter wrote in Sahih Bukhari's Hadith, and it's like, bruv, you're live streaming, and it's there. Like I had to teach him how to read. It was so bad. And then Muslim metaphysics or whatever his name is, goes, can I try a debate on you? Can I try my new dawa script on you? And he starts talking about the high priest. Is this a messianic prophecy? Is this a messianic prophecy? So do you know what he does? He reads the first 4 verses, and I go, "What? It sounds like the prince to come." And I'm like, "Oh, Jesus is the Prince of Peace." Yeah, it does sound like it. Yeah, it does. But read on with the text, and I go, "Yeah, it does sound like it." He reads on through the text, and he's talking about the priestly rites and making sacrifices in the temple for the people. I'm like, "Bro, now you've read more, I can change my position." It's like, "No, I've got you." And all the way through the conversation, he's going, "But you said that this is a messianic prophecy." I'm like, bruv, you read me 4 lines. You read me 4 lines. It's so easy. So this is, I can actually do this now. Look, this is the
Isn't it
text.
so interesting how they catch you out on a mistranslated word? But we could have done that to them. We could easily do that to them on every single occasion. But we choose not to for the sake of the audience's comprehension. Like, we're trying to find a truth. We're not trying to mystify a truth. But I just feel like with Muslims, they're not interested in finding a truth. They want you to be wrong, because in Muslim logic, you wrong equals me right.
There you go. And it says, and my princes shall be no more oppressed. He's saying that this is the prince. All the way through here, he goes, this is the prince. This is the prince. Yeah. And then they talk about the distance of the land and the cubits. And I get them to hold up a picture and zoom in. And I says, does that the distance of the land they'll occupy now with the amount of people on your screen, does it look like that's out of whack? And he goes, no, it doesn't. I literally get them to zoom in on the picture, and they zoom in. I go, go a little bit closer. Guys, if you want to see gold, go and watch the full thing, because it's crazy how precise that I get them to show that this text is in their face. And I also get them to show the Jewish camp in the shape of a cross as well on their screen to the audience. And they're just like, the chat goes quiet. The chat's like, it slows down to a crawl on this. So this is where it's trying to get. Ezekiel 45 is the next dawa script, where they're going to say, oh, it's a messianic prophecy. And guess who he appeals to? A singular Christian scholar who says that this is a messianic prophecy and Jesus is this person. But you would only have to be stupid. Yeah. He should be holy, belonging to the priests. Yeah. And then you go down here. And then you go down, he starts reading. Look at all the sacrifices that they're making. It's just so bad. It's so bad. These are the sacrifices that they're making. Like, bro, you're talking about a messianic prophecy of a shadow type of the high priest. You're talking to me, who's been studying this for the past week and a half. So this is the level of people that they're following. It broke my heart, bro. Honestly, it broke my heart. And the way that I came in gunning so you can lower your defenses, like, no, I'm okay, you know. Gun. And going out, and can you tell me about Jesus in the flesh? And before I told them about Jesus being all the way through the Bible and a type and shadow and saying he's in all 66 books, or can you tell me about Jesus in the flesh? Because if I was to continue, I would be literally showing you that all the way through the books, Jesus is prophesied to come. And they just want to focus in on Jesus in the flesh for their audience. So it was a bloodbath, bro. But I think that the gold for me was when they got me to go off stage. It went on for an hour. He wanted to land his point, and I told him with the text, this is talking about the high priest, the prince, yeah? And who is Jesus? Jesus is the king. Even that word alludes to Jesus being the king, and before him it's the prince. Yeah, the shadow is called the prince. So even with the and when they kicked me off, made their excuses, dashed off, they pretended that there was more people in the back wanting to come up, more Christians in the back wanting to come up, and they closed it. And what they did, have you ever seen people laugh like this? Yeah, we showed him. Oh, and he believed this, and he believed that. To kind of recap without me on stage. I'm going to mute you for a second. To recap without me on stage. Yeah. And so I came back in and there was no one there waiting. It's smoke and mirrors, bruv. It's literally smoke and mirrors. They don't want any part of it. They're lying about Hadith. They're lying about what it actually means in their new dawa script. Muslim metaphysician, when he drops his new video, bro, it's going to be gold. I can just say, here you go. There you go. Done. Kosher. Finished. So this is the level of the people. I was bemused and shocked that people actually accredit them as being intelligent and not lying. They're lying to the audience, and they're appealing to singular scholars. It was so bad. Honestly, it was so bad. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drop an invite in the back. Do we have any Muslims in the back? If you are Muslim and you want to come up, please come up. So yeah, that was. I mean, I'll show you the video. This is where you can get the share this tab. If you want to see, their video, it's really easy. Here it is. Share this tab instead. If you want to see the full video, just go here, and it's this one. 8 days ago, teach me about Jesus, featuring Muslim metaphysician or Jake Brank Talalala, whatever it's called. So it was a bit of a bloodbath, and his new dawa script has been destroyed even before he landed it. So yeah, it really makes you think, man. It really makes you think. So what other problems have we had this weekend? We've had people lying, people talking about people that are telling people about God who they never experienced. They're meant to be the big dawa scripts, and God's taught to them apparently. Well, we're breaking it down. We've had these two lie about Hadith in the translation when we said, what does that word actually mean in Arabic? Oh, he'll be a just judge. I'm like, I can't believe that you don't know that Jesus will be a just judge. How long have you read your Quran for? Oh, I've been reading it for 12 years. Keep reading. And then Farid is saying, oh, I've read all Bukhari. I'm like, Bukhari's this big, bro. How much have you actually read? Oh, well, I've got a condensed version. And you don't know this one.
I think it just proves the point that I was saying in my videos, that when they're talking about the Quran, their Quran in Arabic is not the same one we've got in English.
No.
The point of having an English Quran is not so that we can know what's in the Quran. No. It's a taqiyya tool. It's to mislead people and to create situations within debates like you found out there, where they can weasel out of having to face the truth of their ridiculous false doctrine. I mean, saying, oh, that's a mistranslated word, it doesn't say mankind. And it's like, well, fine. It doesn't say prince in the Hebrew version of the book in the Bible. It actually says governor. But we know what you mean. We're not trying to catch you out here, brother. We're trying to actually get to the truth. And I just feel like they're not doing that at all. They're trying to get away from the truth, if anything. On the run.
It's based on lies, isn't it?
It is a lie. It's not even like it's based on lies. It's 100% made of lies. It's like lies pies.
And we were talking about the size of the actual Quran compared to the other Quran, and you were like, the reason it's bigger, Daily, is because why is the English Quran actually bigger than the Arabic Quran?
Probably because they've added so much extra stuff to make sure they can say later, oh, you got the translation wrong. Oh, you don't know the context. Oh, but this says this in Hadith and it actually means this. And the reason they've got all that extra stuff in there is not to add detail. It's to take away context and confuse the issue. And the only reason they want to do that is so they can say, you don't understand. Only I do. And pull rank on you.
It breaks my heart, bruv. It breaks my heart. Should we go and look at the dawa embarrassing themselves from the other day?
Oh yeah, feel free.
So this is gold. We can show this one. Let me find this one because this is gold. They're telling you about God that they've never seen. God, that was a long stream, wasn't it?
Oh, Mustafa from the other day. Our little friend with the hacky.
Yeah, exactly. And it shows you that when they get embarrassed, that it shows you when you're over the target why they're running away from it. So let's see if I can find him in here. Oh, this is not that one. Should have prepped a little bit more. Should have prepped a little bit. Here we go. Shut up.
Just trying to kind of follow along. I feel like I'm at the end of a long conversation here, but yeah, I appreciate at least being up here for a moment. I can't stay too long. Died for you.
157.
The specific quote that you mentioned.
157.
Yeah, 157 to 159 is the intro. I've watched it about 100 times.
It's so funny.
They're weird midrashic tales about Jesus, which have clearly evolved over time. They say that they stoned him and then they put him on a cross. And then the Quran also follows like that same formation: kill and then put on the cross. Even though historically, like that wouldn't have been what happened, and that wasn't what the Christians believed. So I'm not saying it's a flaw in the Quran. I just think the order is a little weird.
So some scholars make reference to the Quran is actually alluding to the Jewish Talmud, where the Talmud mentions that that they stoned him and then they crucified him or hanged him. Another way of understanding the verse is that often you'll find in the Quran statements that are juxtaposed to one another, but they're like connected to one another. So, for example, in the opening chapter, the Quran speaks of it's a prayer in which is addressed to God, and it says, "You alone we worship, and you alone we seek help." So, seeking help, seek of God, is also an act or form of worship, but it's more specific. Whereas the first mention of "we worship you" is unspecific, it's more general, whereas the second mention is more specific. So likewise, when the Quran says they didn't kill him, that's unspecific, mentioning that they didn't kill him in some general way. And then it says, nor did they crucify him, and that mentions a specific method of execution, which is to crucify someone. So they didn't kill him neither by the general means, nor did they kill him by the specific method of crucifixion, but it appeared to them so.
How would you understand the word "nor"?
So it could be understood in the sense that they didn't kill him, not even by crucifixion.
Okay.
So they didn't kill Jesus,
although I'd have to interject, when I actually saw Christ, he had holes here. So the fact that he's got holes physically in his actual body where he was on the cross says to me, and this is before I was a Christian, I hadn't even read the Bible at this point. I was actually an atheist at that point, so I didn't know anything about the Bible. That was my observation.
Sorry, I'm confused. Do you mean that in John's Gospel when Jesus appears to
No,
Thomas?
I've just told you, not Gospel. I was an atheist, and I did a biblical summon to prove that Jesus didn't exist, because I was an atheist. I wanted to prove it wasn't real, so I did a biblical summon. And then he appeared to me, and he had holes in his hands. Physically had them in his hands. So for me, before I'd even really read the Bible, I saw that, and I thought, oh, okay, so it's crucified then.
I've got a quick question for you, mate. And this is for my knowledge. Was the holes in his hands, or were they in here?
They were like here.
Yes, I knew they were.
They weren't in the actual palm. They were like a bit lower.
I knew that they were, because there's too many bones in the hands, and the Jews call this to here the hand. This is classified as hand up to the elbow. Even in the writing of the Paleo Hebrew, the image of the hand, behold the nail, behold the nail, behold the hand. The actual shape of the letter is of the whole arm, of up to the elbow. So I knew that it was in the wrist, because it goes through is it the ulna and thumma? The ulna and thumma, or something like that. These two bones that twist over each other. I knew that it was in there, and I knew that they've been mischaracterizing Jesus's wounds. They're putting them in his hands, because of we understand the hands in the English as this. So I just wanted to ask you, like, riddle me this: were they actually in his hands, or were they just here? And
no, they're definitely not in the palm. They were like here, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Muslims are very, very confused about this, because obviously they have their Isa, son of Christ, and when they're saying Jesus, they're talking about Isa. Now, Isa was not crucified. Isa was born on a cloud from Allah, and then immediately taken back up by Allah. And some other guy was crucified in Mecca, but that has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. This is happening in the 7th century, 700 years previous. Jesus was alive, crucified, and risen. And then we have this later similarly named guy called Isa, Christ Isa, son of Allah. So when they're talking about Jesus, they're talking about Isa, and Isa actually wasn't crucified. hasn't got any divine powers, is not God. So most of the things they say about Isa, they're probably right. But what they're not right about is that's not Jesus.
And we can go
They're
even
talking about Jesus.
We can go even geekier with that one. Do you know the name of this guy? The thief on the cross?
Barabbas?
Barabbas. What does bar mean?
Father?
No, bar means son. Abba means father.
Yeah.
Son of the father. And in the text,
dude, you keep cutting out. Your signal's a bit. Apologies, audience, if you're seeing this as well. He's got a funny connection, isn't he? Come on, Adam. If he doesn't recover, I'll take the stream over. And we lost him. I think we've lost him. So I think the point that he's trying to make is, for extra Jesus points, those of you who know, Jesus was crucified alongside two thieves, which is a way of proving that he was just one of the people, you know, even though he is divine, the Son of God who died for our sins, he was more than happy to live the life of a human being, and therefore he's relatable in a way that Allah never could be. And that's another thing that Muslims hate. They just cannot stand that. We've got one over on them. Thanks, Jesus.
Amen. I just pulled my computer out with the lead, but it was a quick.
Yeah,
He goes like, boom.
Don't worry, mate. We held the fort.
So outside of the text, outside of the biblical text, do you know what Barabbas's first name was?
Oh, do you know what? I didn't. You said it the other day, and I should know it from then, but I can't remember.
Yeshua.
You did tell me, in fairness to you.
This is outside of the Bible, and I think the reason they took it, God didn't put it there, but it is known. It was Yeshua, son of the Father. That's what his name is. This is extra. This is outside of the text, but his name is documented. And do you also know that the thief on the cross isn't really the thief on the cross?
I'm not sure I know that. How do we know about this? I'm not really sure I know anything about the thief on the cross, past his name and his alleged crimes.
Okay, well, his alleged crimes were this. He was a rebel. He was a Jewish rebel. And that's why he was put on the cross, because there was an uprising. And him and his companions were uprising. And the reason, so the word in the Greek isn't thief. It's more like a rebel. So he's fighting for the Jewish cause. There's
like a rogue.
Yeah, like a good guy, basically. And because the Jews were expecting the Messiah to conquer, remember, they were like, oh, you know, with the lion, Ben Yusuf or something. There's two versions of him, you know. There's two versions that they're looking for. And they thought that he would come back conquering. They thought, this is the guy. He stood up. He's fought for us. And that's why they wanted him. They weren't that evil. You need to understand the word properly. So he was a rebel. He started an uprising. He was getting put on the cross because he started an uprising. Whose name was God's salvation, son of the Father. That's extra canonical, that, you know, but that's documented in multiple places. His name was actually Yeshua. Yeah. Bar, son, Abba, Barabbas. Yeah. So he was a rebel. And that's why they were saying, we want this guy. This is the guy we're looking for. This is the one that's going to come back and conquer and do all of these other things because of his actions. But it's just filling out that who he was. So we do disservice when we call him the thief on the cross. He was actually a good guy. He started a rebellion. He was called God's salvation, son of the Father. Yeah, you can look into this. It really blew my socks off. I only found this out about 3 weeks ago. So it's so interesting. It's so interesting who he actually was. So
it makes sense to me, because I think people often make the mistake of going, the Jews, they wanted to kill Jesus. But if you think about it, who was in control of the Roman Empire? Was it the Jews, or was it the Roman Emperor, Pilate? So Pilate wanted to kill off everyone who could possibly have posed a threat to his authority in the future, potentially. And that's why he would kill guys like our friend Barabbas, who was a rebel, starting what sounds like a freedom movement, and also Jesus.
There you go, right in front of your face. According to the early biblical scholars, Origen and other commentators, the full name of Barabbas may have been Jesus Barabbas, since Jesus was a common first name. There's 2 Jesus in the Bible as well. There's 3. His name isn't documented as Jesus. It's just his.
Well, it's like John today. How many millions of people are you going to meet in your life called John? So there's loads of them everywhere, but it's because the reason why John became such a popular name is because John and Johann are kind of split off names from Joshua, which is a split off name from Jesus, which is a split off name from Yeshua. So it's all Jesus. Everyone who's called Joshua, John, Johann, all these guys are actually indirectly being named after Jesus.
But it's just so interesting. Let's go back into. Hang on. I mean, which one are we on? 157. Yeah. Let's go to 158. Share this tab instead. I'll have to skip round a bit. I have kicked myself out of my own stream. You know what I mean? You don't you don't really want professionalism from me. Kind of ad lib. But here let's hope we find it the right place.
Oh, don't worry, mate. Technical problems happen. Yeah. When I actually saw Christ,
she saw Jesus again. The same.
Oh, now you want to go to 159:20, I think.
159.
Yeah, just at the halfway through 159.
There we go.
I hadn't even read the Bible at this point. I was actually an atheist at that point, so I didn't know anything about the Bible. That was my observation.
Sorry, I'm confused. Do you mean that in John's Gospel when Jesus appears to
No,
Thomas?
I've just told you, not gospel. I wasn't listening. I was an atheist, and I
His
did a biblical
personal
summon
experience.
to prove that Jesus didn't exist, because I was an atheist. I wanted to prove it wasn't real, so I did a biblical summon.
I
Then he appeared to me, and he had holes in his hands.
Can you tell me where you get the biblical summon thing from? I'd love to know more about this, because
I can't off the top of my head, but I'm sure after the stream I can find it and post you a comment under the video.
that would be amazing. That would be amazing. So, yeah, that would be incredible.
Not long and difficult. It really is. It's very simple. I did a video on it. I've got a video on it from a few months ago, where I'm appealing to everyone on earth to do it. Just try it. Just do it once. If it doesn't work, what have you lost? Nothing. If it does work, you've met Jesus.
Amen.
You can't lose.
Amen. I always go to this verse that says, "Blessed are those who have not seen but believe." So I don't want to see Jesus. It's one thing that I know who he is. I don't want to see Jesus. I want more blessings when I get into eternity. You get me? So,
Well, I think there was a reason why he appeared to me. It wasn't just because I asked him nicely. It was because I'd previously actually said, I want to take on Satan. So I'd prayed to Satan to fight him directly. This was before I was a Christian. And then it dawned on me that if Satan was actually real and I had just challenged him, I was probably going to then die. Then I thought, right, I'll look up Jesus to see whether he's real. And what do you know? He was.
Here we go.
Physically had them in his hands. So for me, before I'd even really read the Bible, I saw that and I thought, oh, okay, so it's crucified then.
So was this like a dream that you had?
No, this was
Jesus?
physically like now, us talking. You know, although this is online, this was in real life.
Interesting.
Another one to add, my partner, my old partner, she saw Jesus in a dream as well. I met many people. There was another lady in Thailand who was about to take the Shahada, and she saw Jesus coming in the clouds. And she came to an alpha and said, look, I've had this dream for a few months, trying to find someone to talk to. And then after that conversation, she saw Jesus again, the same thing again in the clouds. Now that was a dream, but yeah, people do see him and they're like, that's it. They're done. They're in like, I've just seen God.
Well, when I had that experience, despite being an atheist for 28 years and quite a committed one, I had gone to conferences. I'd convinced other Christians to leave their faith and become atheists. Very convincing speaker I was, and I had all the texts. As soon as I saw Jesus, that was it. I knew it was Jesus. I immediately, my heart said to me, oh my God, he's real. That was the first thing that I thought as soon as I saw him. And there was no terror, fear, nothing, no doubt, nothing like that. I immediately knew. And then I was a Christian immediately.
Have you got any more timestamps in here, bro, that we can jump around him? Or do you want to hear the man talk about, hang on, I've muted you. I've muted you both.
Remembered 157 being the important bit. 157 to like 212 or something like that was the important bit.
Should we go and look at the guy trying to sell cheese to everyone?
Yeah.
It's so funny, isn't it? Let's go find this one.
For context to the chat and everyone else watching, we likened selling cheese as the best food ever when you haven't actually eaten cheese before to what these guys are doing when they're trying to sell us Allah, but they've never actually met or seen Allah before.
Yeah, the cheese connoisseur. So let's go to, because he bows out pretty quickly, doesn't he, in a second?
Oh, yeah, he ran, no doubt about that.
He ran, but he also called his friend.
Olympic gold sprinting away.
Yeah, he also called his friend in. Oh, let's go to this because this is great. Which is me showing my vulnerability. I got drunk and I've been drunk in about 3 or 4 years. That UFC resisted God, and it was at the exact time. We had a word of knowledge about 3 weeks ago when I was on Omegle. I get told certain things. It's written in the Bible. And I also have the Holy Spirit that manifests in me, which is doing it right now. There's all my hair's going up on end, and I'm in a t-shirt. That's God.
Adam, thank you. I'll see you again soon. Take care. All the best.
God loves you. Come to
Naz.
Jesus. Come to Jesus. Come to Jesus. So he ran out. He ran out because you can't answer these questions. I'm telling you about a prophecy, playing it live, and then telling you God's manifesting in me now. Like, for a Christian, you can feel the presence of God. He kind of like stirs up and is like, all right, okay, I'm with you. What we're doing. It's amazing, isn't it, to feel the presence of God. But he ran out, but he called in his buddy because he couldn't answer this question for about 20 minutes. Corvid, mute yourself when you're tapping away on the thingy, yeah?
Yeah, apologies, mate.
I forgive you, bro. Jesus forgave you. I'm going to let you off. So he's run off. Yeah, exactly. My grace is sufficient. So he ran off after, 15 minutes of you saying, can you give us an example? Couldn't give an example. Then the bad Santa came in, and bad Santa's meant to be pretty famous. But this is their level. Christ is Lord. And the reason that we do this is because we love.
Really communicates with you in person, two-way, like I described. Couldn't answer yes or no. When put on the spot, ran.
We're going to ask this question because we didn't get an answer from a Muslim, but we're going to ask this question to Mustafa. Hello, Mustafa. How are you? You're muted, brother. You're muted.
Yeah, good evening to you. Thanks for bringing me up. So,
pleasure, mate. Is this, what's your channel called?
I don't have a channel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But I do feature heavily. Sorry?
Is it CovFF?
I have featured on there. It's not my channel, but I have come on the channel before. Yeah. I think we've spoken on the channel.
Are you the one that tried to get someone killed in the country as an armchair terrorist? And that was why you're wearing glasses? Our friend that lives in another country now that you've been chasing around for 6 weeks.
No. Very funny. Ha, 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 ha.
Well, I don't think murdering someone from your armchair is funny at all. But
yeah,
every cloud has a silver lining.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm very active in bringing Christians to Islam. So we're getting a lot of successes. Lots and lots of
congratulations
from the indigenous.
That's incredible.
Well, I mean,
well done.
Well, that's what I'm here for. So I'm not as what you call polite as Nazam will be, but so I'm going to hold.
You don't know my character yet, so
that's fine. So I just wanted to address some of your questions. Like you just said a few moments ago that Jesus is Lord.
Could you just answer the question? If you can't answer the question, I haven't got time for someone who is wearing glasses, who doesn't, I just haven't got time. I really like him as a person.
So you've got no time for someone who wears. So you've got no time for someone who's wearing glasses. That's very interesting. Very amiable. Very amiable.
Yeah, well, that's called
very amiable.
Instead of
we're not here to make friends, brother.
Yeah, instead of attacking
what the heck's that? Yeah. Well, what's your argument?
Okay, the question is, can you tell us an example of when Allah has communicated with you 2 ways? You've had a supernatural experience with Allah. I'm going to say that again so you can understand it. Have you had an experience which is not you bowing down and feeling good in prayer and not subjective, is guiding my life? Cool. Everyone will say that about their God. Have you ever had a communication? Communication is defined by two ways with Allah, like we're doing now. Take the stage. Please answer it as well, because I've got no time for people that just dance around.
He's muted, by the way.
I've unmuted him. Oh, hang on.
No, you haven't.
Do you want to unmute yourself?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to answer your question. If you allow, obviously you got the dominance of allowing me. Anyway, point being here is that Allah, by definition, He expects from you that which is revealed in Scripture as means of getting close to Him. So it's not what you feel subjectively how you're getting close to Him. So if our friend here literally seen Jesus, can you describe how Jesus looked like, first of all, if you saw him?
Well,
was he
like
blue-eyed and blonde?
What do
you mean like a man? What type of answers?
His eyes were? You know, it doesn't matter what colour his eyes were. The fact is, it was a miracle experience for me, and that happened. And then I asked your friend, had he a similar experience where Allah has directly influenced him in a two-way communication? Really, not praying one way or imagining a real life thing. Or has any Muslim ever met Allah like that? But you see, can you see the issue with your question? Because what you're saying in effect, hang on, let me respond to. Hang on. Let me just answer your question singularly. So don't you understand that this is very much subjective to yourself? It's not verifiable or testifiable. It's not like Jesus is in a closet. Hang on, can I just answer? You've asked.
Can you answer the question, please?
I am answering the question, but what I'm trying for you to understand is our friend's understanding over here is that he communicates directly with Jesus and they have one-on-one conversations. So I asked him specifically, right? How does Jesus look like? You said, hang on back. Can I? You said, I asked you.
Hang on 2 seconds. Corvin, I'm just going to mute you for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm just going to take full screen. Okay, solo layout. Look, we have asked a question and we have shown you the craziest thing that happened on Saturday night. That's bonkers. And everyone's gone, okay, cool, because it was real. I love God. We have asked you to answer a question, not to ask another question. Can you answer the question? If not, I don't care. I'll just kick you. It's not like
you can kick me. You can kick me if you want. No problem. You can do so at your leisure. So our communication with God is that So our communication with God is two-way, as directed by Him, and then we have our personal experiences with God. So those personal experiences can come via visions as well, or via dreams in which God directs you. Hang about. So I'm answering you precisely based upon your singular question. So God then can reveal things to you via vision. Can I answer your direct response to a direct question? But I'm responding to you. Can we have a relationship with God? Yes. So God can then direct you via visions or via dreams in which He speaks to you. Yes.
Has He?
So what's wrong with that? How's that different from what our friend has said? Where Jesus actually, yes, he has.
Tell us about it, please.
Yeah, he has.
Okay, good statement. Can you elaborate? What did he do? Your vision, your dream. Tell us about it.
So, in some instances, God has advised that the religion further of Islam, which is spreading exponentially in the UK, in particularly.
Does this sound like a man who's never tried cheese? COVID.
It sounds like a man who really wishes that he did have a knowledge of cheese. But it sounds like a man who actually has never had cheese.
Exactly.
And wouldn't even be able to recognize cheese if a huge block of cheese landed on his head from a great height.
Let me sell you this cheese. What does it taste like? Never tried it before, mate. But let me promote it. Let me promote Islam to something that I've never experienced. But where on stage, giving you testable audio examples of God talking directly to him for me 6 days before, or played through the phone, and you are going, I've never tried cheese, but everyone should just get cheese. It's like, it breaks my heart that people are sold on something they can never experience. You can never experience Allah because, why do you reckon you can never experience Allah, Covid?
Well, you probably could experience Allah, but what you have to keep in mind is his real name isn't actually Allah. His real name is actually Satan. So if you want to experience Satan, you can also experience Allah, being as it's like a mask that he puts on, you know, and a fake name badge. But even that,
fake name
Allah
badge
doesn't have any power. Satan doesn't have any power to appear in reality and speak to you personally. And that's why Muslims, although they don't like to admit to it, because it's a weakness, it just is, there's nothing they can do about that. They hate to admit that Allah, Satan, cannot appear to them. He cannot communicate with them directly. He cannot interfere with life at all. The only way he can interfere with life is through the grubby little hands of his Muslims, and that means through the Quran.
Exactly.
Apart from that, he has no power. Unlike Jesus Christ, who many of us have seen in the flesh, in person, and he has had that massive effect on our lives that we all know and hear about every single day. And that's why they hate to hear about that. And then they hate it even more to have it compared with the, you know, relative crappy, non-existent powers of Allah. You can't do anything.
The best comment of the day has just come up on screen. Fallen pickle. Need to eat cheese to have dreams. They're putting the cart before the horse, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? If we were eating loads of cheese, maybe we'd see Jesus again. But, you know, they haven't tried the cheese. You know, it could be cheese dreams or...
Baby Jesus. Eat some Baby Bell.
Baby Bell Jesus.
Yeah. You can definitely see some Baby Jesus.
Yeah, you go, bro.
Just buy a pack of Baby Bell, and there you go.
What if you were lactose intolerant Muslim?
Well, then it's apocalypse, isn't it? It's day of judgment now for you. Then
they would never know, would you? If you were lactose intolerant and you couldn't have your cheese dreams and see Allah because you can't see Allah.
I think I'm Muslim intolerant. I come out in a rash when I have to put up with them for more than 5 minutes.
I'm Islamic intolerant, not Muslim intolerant. But I've got loads of Muslim
friends. No, I'm absolutely Muslim intolerant.
Well, yeah.
100%.
Islamic intolerant, not Muslim intolerant.
No, Muslim intolerant. Muslim is Islam. If you say I am a Muslim, what you are saying is I have no character of my own. I'm doing the bit out of the Quran, which Islam is. So there's no distinction between Islam and a Muslim. It's not like you can't, like a Christian can have their own personality, and that's okay. That's part of the faith. Muslims cannot have their own personality. They have to follow, quote, the straight path set by Allah. So what do you think a straight path means? A straight path is like this. You don't choose the straight path. It's chosen for you. And that's why Muslims equal Islam. They're not allowed to go outside of that. If they deviate from that straight path in any way at all, immediately punished with wrath. And then they have to be corrected through threats of violence.
Well, does Allah actually correct them, or is it the Muslims that correct them?
No, the Muslims Allah can't do anything. No, it's Allah Muslims that are going to correct them.
The puppet master. The strings.
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go. It's a very powerful book, mate. And we were talking. Do you want to get out your authentic Quran and show us the back pages? Because there's something very interesting. I'd like to go in.
You know what? I don't even know if I've got it handy.
Come on, reach. You're not very flexible. We're just going to show you some. What is it? Magic.
I might have actually. They might have been the pages I tore out when I was.
Yeah, you went to the back. I noticed.
Yeah. There we go. There's the torn out bits. Well, he kept on saying he was going to exterminate me and take over my country very soon. So I said, every time you threaten me, I'm going to rip out another page of Quran. And he threatened me 4 times. So that's went.
So you've ripped out all the magic spells, but what were they? What were they? Tell us.
Just like a weird sigil, you know, like a magical symbol with a double circle around it. Kind of similar to what witches use and Masons use when they're doing their magical seals on things.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure what they said in them. I couldn't translate them. But I think they were just prayers. They were things like, please, O Lord, give us the strength to defeat the infidel, that kind of thing, you know? Nothing useful.
Magic spells. It's like when you see on music channels or you see witches, they draw out circles on and do things inside of the circle. It's Satanism. There's only two faiths. And at the back of their book in the Quran, it has magical sigils at the back. So, yeah, there you go. Don't eat them.
Can I just, there's someone in the chat, Red Eye Jedi 420 UK says, I don't believe for a second that there is a perfect Muslim. I bet most drink, smoke and take part in other naughty things too. Absolutely right. And you know what? Little known to some Muslims, but better known to the top high up ones who actually don't care about it at all. It's actually described in here that you don't have to eat halal only. You can have alcohol, you can have drugs, you can do whatever you like. It's fine. And the catch is, if you are doing it for Allah's causes, then Allah will be oft forgiving. That's what oft forgiving means. Every single time we find the verse oft forgiving in the Quran, this is when Allah is forgiving things he has previously said, I'll kill you if you do these, or you'll be an infidel if you do these. If you're doing the jihad and you do them, it's fine. He doesn't care. You can eat pork, you can drink alcohol, you can gamble, you can have one wife who you love. I mean, you can commit any of the great sins in Islam as long as you're willing to go and kill Jews and Christians for the cause of the jihad. That's the main goal of the religion of peace.
Balance the scales, mate. Balance the scales. And I was watching this
great comment, by the way.
I was watching this imam saying the worst of Muslims isn't the one who kills, who runs prostitution rings, who sell drugs. It's the one who doesn't pray.
No, that's absolutely not true.
Exactly. But that's what I was saying. The worst of you is the ones who doesn't pray. I'm like, bruv, what? Make it make sense. The reason the 10 Commandments are not in the Quran, which are kind of the 10 Commandments are pretty important, is because it would go against every single thing that happens in the noble Quran. There's no such thing as the Holy Quran. They don't have that word. It's the noble Quran. So it is very interesting. So you have magical sigils. You can do whatever you want as long as it's for jihad. So it's just balancing the scales, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just balancing the scales. Let's go back to a bit more of this juice. Should we get some more juicy bits up? Let's see Bad Santa in action.
There's nothing. Well, let me. You asked the question. Let me answer. Let me answer it. You want anger about. You want an answer to the question. What was the discussion on? All right. So, hang on. You want listen. How is my explanation different to our friends? He's saying over here.
You didn't explain anything. We asked for an example of Allah communicating with you directly. Just as we'd asked to the other guy who ran off, and then to you who ran off, and then another Muslim, Ultimate Faith, came up and said that his dad had a dream that his grandma was going to die the next day. And I was like, okay, let me show you this verse where Saul talks to Samuel and raises what appears to be Samuel through a witch, and she tells him that he's going to die the next day. So that's necromancy, bruv. That's necromancy, bruv. And it's in the Bible, bruv. It's perceived. You're going to a witch who can tell you who's going to die the next day. And when he brought that up, I was like, hang on. He's actually come up with a claim. Let me show you this example in the Bible that refutes that is from Shaitan. So make it make sense, bruv. Make it make sense. But anyway, do this, everybody. Go like this. Where are we? Go like this, a nice slow clap. We're going to say goodbye to Bad Santa. And he's very naughty Santa, isn't he? Yeah, a nice slow clap. If you miss, doesn't matter.
These guys look at him. He looks like he woke up in a barn. Fine, have a huge beard. At least trim it, though. Don't look like, you just look like a vagrant.
A disheveled Santa.
Yeah, you just look like a bum.
Just really pops in front of him, and they have a little one-on-one with each other.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
how jealous does he sound, by the way? How absolutely jealous does he sound? And they have a little one-on-one. He claims to have a little one-on-one. It's like, well, that's what happens when you pray to Jesus. We do have a one-on-one with Jesus. We do have a legitimate communication with our God.
The veil
cannot offer you. So he's jealous.
The veil has been torn, hasn't it? We have direct access to a living God. It's so crazy. And then the other thing is, Allah is the most merciful. But then you bring up this one. I brought it up on Farid and Muslim metaphysics or whatever it's called.
Metafishing.
Muslim metaphysician and Farid reasons, responds, whatever it's called. And I said, well, Allah's the most merciful. but Allah also wills who he wants and deceives who he wants. So if you're going to hell, it's because Allah has deceived you not to go into the right religion. So he's not the most merciful by definition.
What you've got to keep in mind, right, with these guys, when they say mercy, they're not actually talking about mercy in the way that the rest of the world know it. It's the same with justice, love, any of these notions. The way that Allah describes these things to them, they have no understanding of how these things work. For instance, right, justice. Everybody in the chat, everyone watching the stream, you and I, we all have the same idea of what justice is. If you and I are going to get justice, it means equal treatment, fair treatment. We both get an equal share of the justice. Allah's is completely the opposite. Allah describes justice as nepotism. So what that means is Allah's going to give these people the justice, and these people over here are not going to get it. We're going to punish them with these guys who are getting the justice. And it's like, that's not justice then, because those guys are getting something these guys are not getting. It's not justice.
I know where I've seen him as well. He hangs about Stratford train station spouting his dawa BS. I saw God Logic go and absolutely cook him live. He went to Stratford and cooked him live. And then all the guys started pushing him and bouncing him out of the way physically. It's so bad.
All they've got. That's all they've got. The thing is, they're an anti-type of Allah, right? They look at Allah and Muhammad and they think these are the guys I want to be like. And that's the straight path. That's what I was saying to you. There's no delineation between what is a Muslim and what is Islam. Islam completely brainwashes the person out of their natural behavior. They cannot have a personality if they are a Muslim. They have to be Muslim.
The sign of the prophet. I wonder if Jesus had a mole on his back. Guys.
Oh, yeah, the holy mole that you have to touch.
Holy moly. It's like Prophet Ben of the 124,000 prophets. He actually has a furry leak as a sign of his prophethood. This is interesting. The 124,000 prophets, they all come and they're sent to people in their own language to spread Islam. Yeah. But all prophets have to be perfect. That's what a prophet is. They're perfect in their behavior, their morals. Do you think that someone who was talking about Allah, who was a prophet sent to his own people, who lived a perfect life, would have been documented?
I think Muhammad is a terrible human being, just generally.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about him being a prophet, we have to recognize the first time he claims that he saw Allah. It's written in the Hadith extensively, right? The first time Muhammad sees Allah, he's in his tent, and Allah comes to him and says, I'm going to give you some scriptures. You're going to write them down for me. You're going to be my prophet. What does Muhammad do? He flees in terror. He was so terrified. He fled crying like a baby back to his wife and flew into the arms of his wife and said, wife, please help me. I think I've been bewitched. I think I have been bewitched by Satan. So think about that. The first time he saw Allah, his immediate reaction was, I'm terrified of this guy. This guy is Satan. And the only reason he was convinced otherwise is because his wife said, oh, it can't possibly have been Satan. There. You know, it must have actually been God. And he went, oh, yeah, cool. I much prefer that side of the story. I much prefer if it's God. So let's just go with that. It's God. But then you think, okay, how is it in Sharia? Muhammad himself describes that a woman's testimony is only worth half that of a man's. So how can he accept his wife's testimony that this is actually Allah and not Satan? His testimony is worth twice of what she's saying. So she needs to have another woman there in order for them both to say, no, it was actually Allah, not Satan. Otherwise, Muhammad's testimony overrules hers. So we know, option A, it was Satan. Muhammad was right. And his wife didn't have the authority to overrule him, i.e. he's a bad Muslim because he's now not doing what the Sharia says in his own writings. Option B, she actually overrules him with her half of a testimony. Fine, it was Allah. But then he's a bad prophet because he's written in the book a thing that's not true, that he overrules her with his degree of power and her testimony is only worth half, even though her testimony is the reason why they recognize that was Allah that he saw. Or option 3, he was having a delusion, a paranoid delusion, a hallucination, didn't see Satan or Allah, in which case the entire doctrine is completely fabricated. So we know from Muhammad's own testimonies and writing, which became the Quran, which supports the entire religion, each one of those options proves Muhammad to have been wrong or totally delusional. And that's in Hadith, Quran, his own writings and his own testimonies and the Sharia. So no Muslim has a leg to stand on if they quote Hadith, if they quote Quran, if they say they want to be like Muhammad, if they say Allah's guidance is always true and sure and never in doubt, which is what the Quran says on the first page. Muhammad himself, in his initial meeting with Allah, proves these things to be wrong. And so we know Allah is Satan. Muhammad even thought that himself. And the fact was he didn't have two women there to argue with his original testimony. So if we go by the Quran, his original testimony was this guy is Satan. That's the one we accept. So Muslims have to accept that Allah is Satan on that first page of Quran and Muhammad's first meeting. And there's no denying it.
Valid.
Apart from if you're a dawa Muslim, of course, you can deny anything you want.
So didn't you, weren't you made aware of this bad Santa being on the BBC recently?
Yeah, I saw him on the BBC, just a short clip of him saying, oh, how peaceful are the religious Muslims, how horrible and racist everyone else is. And I thought, isn't that just ideal that I see him 2 days after I've seen him in this very stream in the chat room saying to me, he's going to exterminate us all after I cooked him and he ran away. And he's going to take over our country very, very soon, which don't sound very peaceful to me.
No.
But of course, he didn't have the courage to actually say these things openly, the way that I spoke to him. He had to hide them in the private chat. Fortunately, there's screenshots of that, which are now floating around. Like I didn't want to make them public because it was a private chat, but other people have got them. So they know that's true. And then 2 days later, after my computer has been hacked and I'm unable to make a video about it, he's appearing on BBC as a propaganda agent of the corrupt pro-Islam media, claiming that Muslims are so peaceful. And so we know this guy is a Muslim. That's what Muslims are. That's why I say there's no delineation between Islam, Muslims. I don't care if people say, oh, he's Islamophobic or whatever. No. I am reasonable and I know what the Quran says. And I know these guys are liars by the fact that they read the Quran and follow it. That's what Muslim means. Muslim means I'm going to deceive the infidels so that I can kill them in the cause of Allah, which is the jihad. I'm going to use taqiyya. I'm going to lie to these infidels. I'm not going to make friends or helpers of these infidels. I'm going to show them arrogance, spite, rage, and I'm going to deceive them. And the reason I'm going to do this is because I'm obeying Allah. And if I don't, he's going to show me his wrath and I won't get my virgins. That is the Quran.
Minimum.
100%.
Where do these virgins come from?
Oh, they're created by Allah in the hereafter.
Exactly.
So it's not mortal women generally aren't going to reach the hereafter. They're going to go straight to hell. Hell, Muhammad tells us in the Quran and actually in Hadith, hell is primarily populated by women, whereas the hereafter is primarily populated by created virgins. So they're not actually human women. They're created sex slave robotic virgins, which you use one time. They wait around the edge of a big tent for you to approach. When you approach them, they silently just jump on you, have generous sex with them. Once you've done that, they're no longer virgins. So they dissipate into thin air and a new one is created. And they never talk. They have no personalities. They're literal robots.
So what is this thing about the young boy servants who skin like pearls and don't bleed? People kind of miss that one out. But that's
you're talking about the weakling Muslims. So in the book of Al-Nisa, which is the child development, the women and children book, this is the instructions from the imam to the father for the mother to teach the child. So it's the chain of command from Allah, imam, father, mother, child. And they generally will read it to the child through the day and before they are put to bed in the evening. So the child has to be told, if you don't want to do the jihad, you are a coward and you'll be considered a weakling. And if you consider yourself below the jihad and you continue to be a weakling, you will be treated like the lowest of women. You'll be treated like a woman concubine, which, as you can probably imagine, isn't going to be much fun for them because the women don't get treated very well at all, especially the concubines. So they encourage the Muslim child through this threat of being treated like a woman concubine, being called a coward, being hated by your family, and actually weakening the angels. This is actually described in there. If a Muslim child doesn't want to go and fight the jihad and is being a coward, his lack of faith is directly weakening Allah's angels, so they will not be able to fight the jihad, because the angels are fighting the jihad too.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means is, if you don't want to go and fight the jihad, you're a coward, you're going to weaken the angels, and you will be sexually abused as if a woman concubine.
Ooh. But
they'll deny this. They absolutely will deny this. It's in the Quran. Like,
is it in the English Quran, or is it in the actual authentic?
It is in the English Quran, but it's reworded so it doesn't sound quite so bad. But it is in there.
Oh.
There approximately is that in there. It's just like it sounds slightly nicer. But I mean, there's not really much you can do to pretty up something that horrific.
Oh.
It's like most of the stuff in the Quran. It is in the English one. It's just they romanticize and they twist the language. They take words out so that they can present it in a way that doesn't sound nearly so bad. But it's still bad. It's like saying, oh, I just got poked in one eye rather than being poked in both eyes. It's still bad.
It's crazy.
It's not as bad.
I was talking about the servant boys in Jannah. You know about these? I'm sure you know about these. In the Hadith, where they have skin like pearls, and they have, is it 82,000 or 80,000 servant boys whose skin are like pearls, who don't bleed?
Yeah, there's some argument about how many of these boys exist. It's like the 72 virgins thing. In the Quran, there isn't an actual number stated. And so they'll say, oh, you've made that up. There's no number stated. Well, what they fail to recognize is the Quran refers to the Hadiths, and the Hadiths do state the numbers. So we know the 72 virgins as the number of virgins is because the martyr in the Hadith, which describes the martyr, which is what all the jihadis become when they die. They become martyrs. The martyr is rewarded with 72 virgins. That's where that comes from. So even though it's not in the Quran, we know the Quran refers to Hadith. Hadith says 72 virgins for a martyr. Jihadis are going to be martyred in order that they can get their virgins. Therefore, when they get martyred, they're getting 72 virgins.
And can you get more? How'd you get more?
Well, I mean, how much time have you got? 72 is plenty, I think. But, you know,
there you go.
I don't see how I mean, I was saying this to a Muslim before. I was like, you've only got one penis. What's the point in having 72 virgins? Is it like a skewer rack where you're trying to fit, you know, like quoits, a ring of quoits or something, trying to fit on as many as you can? It's impossible. You cannot use more than one at a time. It's just not going to. It's not going to work.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And don't give me any of this. You know, you can do other things apart from penetration. It's like not in Islam. You can't.
Really?
You're not allowed to kiss your wife or partner on the genitals. You're just not allowed to. And neither are you allowed to have more than one sexual partner at a time. All these things are described as fornication, which in life you can get away with because you can say, oh, I'm doing it in the cause of the jihad, i.e. I'll be oft forgiven by Allah. But remember, if you're in the afterlife already, if you're in the hereafter, you're in paradise, the jihad's over. You cannot any longer use the excuse, I'm doing it for the jihad, so I'll be forgiven. No, you won't be forgiven now. So the paradise is actually worse than being alive. There's another example of it. There's hundreds of examples on it, but being in Allah's paradise is like hell. It's way worse than being alive.
So
even as a Muslim.
What are these Jannah points? Do you collect Jannah points to get? How many points do you need to get to Jannah?
Well, Jannah's like the hell, isn't it? Jannah's their word for the evil fire where the infidels go. So I don't think you need particularly points to get in there. I think what happens is you're born of an evil soul if you're not an Arab Muslim. And that means on the day of judgment, when everyone's resurrected, Allah will paint your face black as coal and send you off to the evil fire to be tortured forever. So it's not about you winning points or losing points. So there's no way you can't get out of that. You can't, even if you're a faithful Muslim for your whole life, if you're born of an evil soul, you will die in the hereafter. And that is the straight path. So Allah has commanded that straight path from the beginning of time to the end, and there is no deviating from it, which is why we know they think preordination is a thing. They don't have free will, and that's why straight path. It's not something you choose. It's not something you get to adjust or, you know, there's no free will. There actually is, of course, but I mean, in the Quran, if you're a Muslim, you have to say there's no free will. But we know from Allah's own descriptions, if there is no free will, why does the word if appear so regularly when he is issuing his commands. We know even from page 1, he says, those who I will bestow my mercy on are those who follow the straight path. Those who do not, if you do not, I will give you wrath. So if it's a straight path that you can't deviate from, which Allah has preordained, why is there if? If suggests that this is not a command that you will have to follow. It's an instruction which he's trying to manipulate you into following, which you could quite happily not follow. Do the exact opposite of. Obviously, other Muslims, if they hear about this, are going to come and hassle you because they need to make the religion true. But there's no divine intervention. There's no supernatural force making that happen. Like I was saying this in my video the other day when I was comparing Genesis to the opening lines of Al-Fatiha. When God speaks commands, he says, and things happen. He's a God of action. When he says, let there be light, there's light. The light doesn't say, well, I don't want to do that, actually. I'm not going to do that. When he says, let the heavens and earth be created, it's created. Half the earth doesn't go, well, I don't want to do that. God speaks, it does what he speaks. Done. There's no argument. But Allah doesn't have that ability. Allah cannot command with his voice. He can only make requests, which is why he has to back them up with threats of violence, because he wants you to do his commands, and he needs you to feel threatened by his violence in order that you do them, and he needs to offer you virgins. But if he doesn't offer you virgins and then threaten to burn you in hell forever and kill you in a horrible, violent jihad, you're never going to do his commands, because whereas if God commands you to do something, you'll immediately do it. He won't even need to speak the words to you. When you see his face, you'll know what to do and you will do it. You'll be happy to do it. Allah's the opposite. Allah has to negotiate and convince and manipulate and beg you and then force you with threats of violence. That's what he does. And actually, Muslims do that as well. We've seen on this very stream, we've seen enough examples of that. Muslims cannot negotiate or debate. The only thing they know how to do is speech, i.e. do what Muhammad did. And when that fails, lie, deceive, curse, threaten, and then run away when none of that stuff works. That's all they've got.
It's sad, bro. It's really, really sad. Just with the prayer thing.
The Church of Satan. Aurora brings up a good point. The Church of Satan has nothing on Islam. And this is true, but what we've got to recognize is Islam is the Church of Satan. Even though it's not politically correct to say this, we know from, well, I know anyway, from my studying of the Quran, the Church of Satan, the synagogue of Satan, is Islam. 100%.
So I was talking about, are they called the Shriner Masons? The Shriners.
Yeah.
And they are when they get to the top level to become Shriners, they have to accept the Quran, don't they?
Oh yeah. Well, the thing is that the Masons, low-level Masons, they swear on a Bible because they have to keep up this pretense that they're worshipping a god. Then when they get up a higher level, they throw the Bible away and they use a Torah. And then when they get slightly higher, they throw that away and they use a Quran.
Wow.
So when they get to the very top level, when there is actually some sort of belief behind it, because at the bottom level, they're just doing it for show. The 32nd, 33rd level Masons, who then become Shriners, the really important top guys, you know, Muhammad was probably one of these, they swear on a Quran. And the reason they're doing that is because they are slaves of Satan, and Satan's book is the Quran. So by swearing on the Quran, they are swearing on Satan, saying, I will do your bidding.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Which Quran do they actually swear on? Do you know? Do they know?
I think they've probably got a particular one which they favor, a black cover one or something like that. But I mean, it wouldn't really matter. It's a ritual. It's a token thing they're doing, putting their hand on a Quran and swearing that they're going to follow Allah's commands out of the Quran. Because as we've seen and we've discussed, Allah's commands are very malleable. As long as you're doing what you're doing in the service of the jihad, you can basically do whatever it is you like, as long as at the end of it, you're planning to kill the infidel. That's Allah's command. You know, that's his cause.
And you were talking about the hidden thing about them putting themselves into positions of power.
Oh, Allah's guarded secret that's sneakily hidden away in Al-Nisa. Yeah, Allah's
I
guarded
love this one. Tell me more, bro.
What it is a breakdown to the children in the child development lessons of Al-Nisa, the mother teaching the children, how the jihad's going to work. And this actually starts off with that bit I mentioned previously, where the child's told, if you're not willing to go and fight the jihad, you're a coward. You'll be treated like a weakling. You'll bring dishonor on your family. and Allah won't love you. And what that means is you'll be treated like the worst of the most sinful, infidel, concubine women. So don't do that. So they're told at an early age, if you are a worthy man and a Muslim and you want to do well at school and be loved by your family and Allah, you will get yourself ready to, as soon as you can, go off to another country and fight the jihad, kill the infidels. Part of how they're going to do that is the 3-stage jihad. So the first stage is positioning. What that means is you go to all the other enemy countries. This is how they describe it in the Quran. Enemy countries, i.e. all the other countries that don't have Islam as their main religion, only religion. So they go to these countries and they just live there. They just cultivate a life there. You know, they get a house, a job, meet some people there. And they claim that they are friendly, peaceful, moderate Muslims, and they go to their job and they speak to their neighbors and they, you know, for all intents and purposes, blend in with everybody else. So that's positioning. They're getting themselves into position so that they can activate stage 2, which is Britain. We're currently in stage 2. Stage 2 is the stealth jihad. So what that means is everyone in position knows where the other jihadis are. Everyone who's a Muslim knows where the other Muslims are. And the stealth jihad is now, we're going to try and start improving our power, taking wealth and titles. We're putting ourselves in positions like police commissioner, mayor, prime minister, president, or owning companies, being an actual officer in the police or having a security company, having a company of hackers that you can call upon, and using these to improve the position of other Muslims in order that you can facilitate stage 3, which is what we are heading towards fairly quickly. Stage 3 is the full and open jihad, where they will just be traveling through the country, murdering infidels. And that's the cause of Allah. And again, they will try to deny this. They will take words out of all their verses and repackage it like they're really peaceful, and actually, no, they only kill people in self-defense. I can attest to this. What they call self-defense means killing someone who is not a Muslim. And the reason is, if someone's not a Muslim, they are at war with Muslims. That's how they see things. Allah has commanded that they see things that way, and it's the straight path they cannot deviate from. If you are not a Muslim, Allah tells the Muslims, you are at war with them. And so, of course, when they kill you, it's self-defense, isn't it? Because they're at war with you. So that's how they repackage it and propagandize.
That's crazy, bruv. Absolutely
Religion
crazy.
of peace? I don't think so.
Religion of pieces. When do you think, now this is something that's very interesting. When do you think Islam actually gained momentum? I think that
I don't actually think it has gained momentum. I think the reason why it seems like it's gaining momentum now is just through sheer numbers. Like there's so many Muslims distributed everywhere through this positioning jihad. There's millions of them everywhere. And obviously when they come to nice, peaceful, non-racist countries like Britain, we were quite happy to accept all people that come here and claim that they want to live an honest, peaceful life. We give them a house, we give them opportunities to have jobs. We'll be nice to these people, give them benefits, let them use our NHS, be nice to them in the street, give them charities, treat them like anyone else. And that means there's lots of them here and they've had an easy life. But what we're finding now that there's enough of them, they're making life difficult for us. They're trying to make us a minority that has no power. And the way they're doing that is by calling us racist, calling us Islamophobes, making out that our state is a procedurally racist state against them, when actually it's their influence on the state that's being procedurally racist against everybody else. And it's so that they can speed their way up to the stealth jihad, the full jihad, the day of judgment, Allah's cause.
When do you think this is going to hit the final jihad in this country? Stage 3?
Probably never, I would have thought. I think as we get nearer and nearer towards the end of stage 2, the stealth jihad, people will have woken up and realized this is happening enough to get themselves organized and stop relying on the government and the police and the media. Because as we know, the media are absolutely toothless, useless, and rubbish. They're not going to help us out. The police are an arm of the government, and the government are under the thumb of Islam. They're not going to help us out. So the only way this is going to happen, and I'm speaking directly to every single British person who watches this stream or sees this in future, we need to take this upon ourselves to get organized. And what that means is keeping in touch with our neighbors, knowing who our friends and enemies are, and making sure we know. Don't let these guys put you off, box you up in a corner by calling you racist, Islamophobe, making out you are the one that's attacking them when you're just getting on with your life and you're not doing anything wrong. And knowing how to counter the dawa, the taqiyya, and the stealth jihad. That's the only way this is going to work. Don't expect the government to come and help you. They will not. Don't expect the police are going to stick up for you unless you have a mound of evidence and a solicitor. They will not. And do not expect the media are going to say things in your favor and not say things in favor of your enemies, because they will not. You and your neighbors, your friends and family, and me and Adam, everyone else, it's our responsibility to put the democracy that we have to work and protect the rights and freedoms of our country, and not let these invaders take it away from us, because that's what they're planning to do and what they have been doing. So it's up to us.
It's a sticky slope, isn't it? It's a very sticky slope.
Well, I just look at it like this: democracy is not full self-driving. You know, it doesn't work on autopilot. Democracy enables people to make decisions for themselves, use the power and the tools provided by the government and the country in order that you can take power in your own life. And that's really what we all need to do. We need to recognize the police can't take action without mounds and mounds of evidence. So you can't just ring them and go, oh, some Muslim guy attacked me, some Muslim guy hacked me, some Muslim guy threatened to rape my daughters. That's not going to cut it. By the point you make that phone call, you need a stack of evidence already. The government are not going to be able to produce it for you. Neither are they going to investigate in order to find it. They don't want to find it. So what that means is you and I and our neighbors need to put our heads together and develop a neighborhood watch system like I'm doing around here, where we all keep in contact with each other. We wear body cams. We keep an eye on each other. If anything happens, we make sure there's witnesses, there's evidence. And the second these guys drop a clanger and do anything criminal at all, bang, we catch them out and we make sure that they can be punished, and they are punished. And over time, they'll back off.
Do you think that at the top level of the judicial system, they are avoiding and not prosecuting?
100%. I don't want to go as far as saying that the judicial system and the government are aiding and abetting Muslims. I wouldn't want to say that, because this video wouldn't be staying up for very long. I'm just saying, maybe. So the way to get round it, because we do still live in a democracy, we do still have free speech, and we do still have a strong judiciary and a court system. But like I say, if you don't have sufficient evidence and witnesses, you have no chance. So what that means is make sure you always have witnesses and evidence if anything's done to you. Be prepared. Expect that things will be done to you in future. Wear a body cam. Make sure your property is secured. You have insurance, and there's always witnesses. So you let your neighbors know to keep an eye on you. If they hear a noise, look out the window, put a light on it. And then what we have to do, like I've done this successfully recently, have sufficient evidence that when you bring it to the courts, they are in no doubt and they have no choice but to prosecute for the maximum sentence. And that's the value of having witnesses and strong evidence. They won't want to do it because the prisons are already full, and they don't want to be seen as racist or Islamophobic, which is always what happens when you punish a criminal who is a Muslim. You're going to get called Islamophobic. That's their taqiyya that they do. But if you have sufficient strong evidence and witnesses, and you are in the right, this guy did commit a crime against you and you were victimized by him through not being a Muslim, he's committed a jihad crime on you. When you have that evidence and witnesses, you put the court in a very difficult position, because they cannot say no to prosecuting the maximum sentence when you have that evidence. And that's what we need to do. Don't go looking for trouble, but expect that trouble's going to come looking for you. And when it does, it doesn't want to leave evidence. So you're going to have to make sure body cams, neighborhood watch, witnesses, evidence, statements.
Do you think this is a prime example? Let me just play this, because this is off the head kick video. This is actually me going to the police with a guy who has been anti-Semitic, sexual abuse, and physical assault. And this is the level, and then this case has never come up again. I've got my guy there with the video. He's been trying to touch women all the way down Brigitte. We were in an evangelism prayer tent. I stopped. I'm trying myself. I stopped him. Said, "Yo, what are you doing?" Prayed for him. Then 10 minutes later, he comes walking past doing it again right in front of us because he's drunk. Then when I said I'm calling the police, he tried to attack me. We've got all the video evidence. This guy's got the video evidence. No. He's got the video evidence. He's been going to get to women grabbing their asses and doing all sorts down the high street. I prayed for him, stopped him. 10 minutes later, he comes past us again like an idiot, doing it in front of it like that, underneath women. Yeah. So then I was ringing the police, and he tried to be punching me. He has.
So who's tried punching him?
Yeah, I'm trained. I kicked him in his head after that, but we'll show you everything on the. It's all recorded. So there's been. I'm just bringing him to. It's better. I brought him to us, right. So it's better that way.
You have to be careful there, mate.
So we'll show you.
What's just been said?
Let's hope you have evidence of him punching you. That you kicked him there. So if he has evidence against you now from that, you don't.
Stand by with metal.
Do you want me to pray for you one more time? Do you want me to pray for you one more time?
That might not be helpful.
You've done it. Well done. Okay. This is how you're doing your job, isn't it?
This is true.
This is doing your job.
What is it today?
The weather. Alcohol.
I think it just brings out
Do you want
alcohol and touching people.
Yeah. He's not very good at fighting. Yeah. I did.
I hit you back.
Yeah, but I've got an evangelism tent down there, so I'll have to message them and pack it up.
I will hit you back.
Just need to, yeah, because they're going to have to take a statement from you. We're just waiting for district officers to get here. So, yeah.
Can you send me that video? So this is the level of evidence that we actually have. All the cameras down the street. Sexually assaulting 3 women, 2 very, very young, 16, 17, and then another lady, 30, then being anti-Semitic, trying to bribe me, shouting at the public, saying that I'm following him, and he must have tried to attack me 6 or 7 times, and then
I'll say this, Adam, as well. Even if that comes to nothing, if the court say, oh, we haven't got sufficient evidence to charge him, keep hold of all the evidence from this. If he does it again in future, you can then use the evidence from this time to say he's got a track record. He's going to continually do this. And then the court will be forced to act. That's what happened with me. That guy continually kept attacking me, stealing from me, breaking my property, tried to kill me outside my door and denied it. That's what they do. Absolutely denied it, said it was self-defense, despite the fact that I had a massive gash on the back of my head where he whacked the back of my head with an iron bar. I didn't even know he was there. Stalking around naked, trying to kill me, tried to strangle me afterwards. Denied it. Claimed it was self-defense. And the only reason why I'm very confident he's going to be convicted and serve a decade in prison is because of all the previous evidence to prove that he had a track record, that he had threatened me multiple times, that he was intending to do this and had threatened to do it. And that was the final time where the police couldn't say no to arresting him and they had to take him in. Yeah. He still got bailed, by the way. He's on a electronic tag. He's not allowed to come anywhere near this town. So his flat's empty at the moment. You know, he's had people going in and out of it, but he hasn't been back. But he got bailed because he has, you know, legal, what's it called? When the representation. And he made a denial. So in the eyes of the judge, they have to consider that his denial may be legitimate. So they have to bail him. He knows he did it. Everyone knows he did it. I mean, the guy who came to my house to treat the head wound that I had absolutely said that's one of the worst head wounds he's seen.
Yeah,
it was literally like 4 inches long and 1 inch deep of a metal bar being struck directly on the back middle of my head, and I had no warning for it. And then I had a massive red mark. I made a video of it, massive red mark around there where he put a ligature around my neck and tried to strangle me for about 2 minutes. And actually, it was just pure fortune for me. I managed to remain conscious, fight him off enough to free my neck and turn around and stand up and get my fists up. And he was just out of energy at the end of it. He couldn't even move. He didn't even have enough energy to lift the bar up by the end of it.
That's crazy.
And I was just telling him off. I was just rebuking him, saying, you can't act like this. This is not how civilized adults behave.
No, it's pretty crazy, Ruff. Pretty crazy.
But like I say, if it had just been that one incident, he would have got away with it completely. They wouldn't have even charged him. But because of the previous incidents, there's like 4 or 5 previous incidents in the last year or two, and the mountain of other evidences which I had collected, this time they couldn't not charge him. And now that he's appearing in court, I think he's going to get the maximum sentence on all 3 charges. And he'll go away for a very long time. And that makes me happy.
Yeah, of course, man. It breaks my heart, bruv. It breaks my heart that they get away with it. And do you know what it is? It's the general threats. It's the generalized threats. Or we know what you look like. You better watch out. I've had that on my channel loads of times.
Yeah.
I've been threatened with someone who said he'd shoot me, and he'd been to fight in Palestine, and he'd been shot, and he was making these threats on the thing, and he was a boxer. He was a Golden Gloves boxer, and I'm hard, bro. I was like, ooh, because you could see it, and like the guy was, you know what I mean? And the threats, bro, right in the middle of the street, and then they were getting everyone around us going, they support Israel, and all the members of the public were coming against all the Christians, and there was a big scene, and the police were coming, and
what they do. It's exactly what they do because the Quran demands that they do that. Like they're copying the type of Muhammad. And that's what Muhammad would have done. And they're not allowed to have their own personal, unique, free will behaviors. They have to do what Allah has told them to do in the Quran via Muhammad. That's why I keep saying Islam equals Muslim. There's no such thing as a moderate, friendly Muslim. They're lying to you if they say that. And we know this from their own behavior, from their own doctrine, and the fact that if they don't do it, other Muslims will punish them, and their family won't like them. Allah won't love them. They'll be treated like a cowardly weakling, and they won't get their virgins. It's a big thing for them.
It is crazy.
You know, it's not like Christianity where you have to love thy neighbor, turn the other cheek, forgive people. They know that. Their book was written hundreds of years after they had the Gospels, and they were reading the Gospel. Muhammad and Allah must have conferred and like read the Gospel while they were writing the Quran, because the Quran is an antithesis to Christianity. It's written in order to defeat Christianity. That's the whole purpose of it, why they have to do this holy jihad. And we know from studying the Quran, the entire reason why they want to rid themselves of Jews, Christians, and everyone else. We were all witnesses to Allah's original prophecy being completely wrong, Allah being defeated by people who were slaves of the Egyptians, the original Israelites, and Moses. And not only that, they went across the sea, escaped him without harm, without drawing a single sword, set up Israel, and every single prophecy made about Israel has come true.
Yeah.
So Allah is completely wrong in every single prophecy he makes. His threats came to nothing. His promise that swift justice would reach the Israelites and they'd all be killed didn't happen. And so in order for them to correct that in future, he needs his jihad to be completed and all the witnesses to those mistakes to be killed. And then they can rewrite another book and say, oh, Allah's never made a mistake. Hence the cause of Allah, the jihad.
Do you know what this video is? This is one of my earliest videos. And this is when I used to talk on Omegle. And the title is Very Honest Muslim. And it's so funny. I have respect for him because he doesn't sugarcoat what he says. He actually backs up. Yes, we believe this. We believe that. There's no takia in anything that he says. This is straight from the horse's mouth. I'm going to try and just play a little bit of it. But this is a very honest Muslim. Listen to this. People can write books and lie. That's too quiet, isn't it?
I can't hear it at all.
Yeah, no, it's not going to work, is it? A very honest Muslim, and I used to speak on Omegle before I actually made videos, and he was literally confirming everything that I was saying. He obviously lived in a predominantly Muslim country, but he was so honest. I was like, bro, I actually respect you. In a weird way, he was just saying, yes, it does say that, and yes, we will kill everybody, and this, that, the other, and it was crazy, bruv. That these people exist when they can speak openly about it, which you can on Omegle or when it existed. He was just telling it. It was just telling it like it is, man. And it was a very interesting conversation to have someone that was so truthful to kind of just go against it. We had another one, the evil Muslim. Remember this one? Remember this one?
Yes.
That's beautiful. These are the fruits of Islam, guys. By the way, so you'd kill him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. And get your 72 virgins?
Yeah.
And what about your young boy servants who are skin like a pearl who don't bleed?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's okay to have sex with a camel.
What's wrong with it?
But when you ejaculate, you've got to kill the camel. And then you can sell the meat to your neighbors. Muhammad dressed in Aisha's clothing to get revelation from God.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
That means cross-dressing as a little girl. Which one's a lie?
The last two.
Okay, they're all actually true. Come find me.
Come to my country, man. Come to my country. You'll see.
I was in your country the other day in Dubai.
Come to Saudi, man.
He just told you he's going to kill you.
Yeah, cool, mate. Cool.
We'll tie you up and put you in the desert.
Yeah, I know you will, mate. That's why it's evil.
Okay, have a nice day. I have to go now.
Okay. Mate, I'll guide you to the straight path, you filthy piece of shit.
Myself, so.
Stop lying. You've got a few verses on a bit of stone. Is that the Quran?
So,
yeah, so
yes.
you've got a few fragments on a pice of stone. Is that the Quran?
Yes.
So saying
yeah, but she's not only human. That's what I said. Not
who are you listening to get this coming out?
Because I've studied your theology. I know more about Christianity than you do.
Everybody, this is 2 seconds. You're still on stage. I want to do this. Everybody, get your hands out.
You triggered your arrogance there. You've done that on purpose, mate. Nice,
slow clap. Ahmed, I'm going to bring him up. I'm going to go. Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Aki? Ahmed, you on stage?
Yeah, good, man. How are you, man?
Sell one cloak and get a sword.
It goes on and on and on, but this is one of the best. The best videos that I had of when you meet an honest Muslim and they're talking from a position of safety. This is the third level of jihad, and you can find these people. You won't find them in the YouTube circles that we're talking about, but they exist. And like, yeah, we'll kill you.
Well, YouTube will ban them. If they're honest, they're immediately going to be called racist and banned, and they're not that stupid. They know not to do that on YouTube. But obviously, Omegle, they seem to be getting away with it, so they're quite happy to do it on there. But didn't you notice that guy there, the beginning of the conversation, you and him were talking about the Quran, and you were criticizing the Quran and shredding the Quran with truth. And he said to you, I know more about Christianity than you do. And he switched the conversation onto Christianity. And you went for it. You went, that's funny. And you laughed at him and you said, right, let's talk about Christianity so I can beat you with that. But that's what these guys do. Now we're not talking about the Quran. We're talking about Christianity. So win or lose, we still haven't discussed the Quran. See what they do there? It's very, very clever that they do that. And when you see them do that, you've got to say, no, that's a separate conversation, brother. We're talking about the truth of the Quran, and we're going to stick to this until we get to the end. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I'm not muted anymore, bruv.
Right, I caught the sun as well. I can just realise my face now. Yeah, should we lighten up the mood? Do you want to see Ali Dawa talk to a cat?
Yeah, sure.
Like,
sorry, Maximus in the chat's making me laugh by saying Ahmed's an absolute lemon. That's just such a British thing to call someone. You lemon.
Where's
like me calling someone a prune the other day? Like, you prune. It's so
melon.
British, isn't it?
It's so brilliant. Ahmed is an absolute lemon.
Absolute lemon.
It doesn't know wet from dry.
Kudos for that. I love that.
Do you want to listen? We've been all so serious, and I've been trying to run around and get content for you. But do you want to see Ali Dawa talk to Esther the Muslim cat?
Yeah, let's see him torture the cat with some nonsense in each ear.
This is the best. This is the best. It's so funny. It's on full volume. Here we go.
I'm just wondering if there's any kind of Quran that I can read, or how I should go about Hajj, or how would I practice?
Esther will be taking this call.
Assalamu alaikum, Esther.
Assalamu alaikum, Ali. I'm Esther the Muslim cat.
You're Esther the Muslim cat?
Yeah, all cats are Muslim, aren't they?
Say meow.
Meow.
MashaAllah, you're definitely a Muslim. Muslim cat, what's your question?
I'm just wondering if there's any kind of Quran that I can read, or how I should go about Hajj, or how would I practice my faith?
How long have you been a Muslim?
I was born a Muslim. All animals are Muslim.
Yeah, I know, but like.
Oh, I'm 3 years old, 3 and a bit. 27 years in human age. Have you met my owner before? Have you ever met my owner?
3 years in cat age.
Have you ever met my owner before? Here I am, Lord, send me.
God, you look so young with no beard.
Come on, click.
Oh yeah, he is. But my human owner who feeds me pork, I think you chatted with him a few days back, maybe a week ago.
I think since you have pork, it makes perfect sense why you are cat.
Cat's like, I just want to claw his face.
Okay, but meow, Ali.
Please join us. You brought some fun to the studio. Join us every now and then. Yeah.
I will do, Ali. I've got a video. That I'd like to promote. Ali Dawa meets evidence and runs on YouTube. God bless you. May Allah guide you to the straight path.
Bye.
Shukriya. I will do.
Maybe you'll turn from a cat into a pig.
Yeah, cool. Bye.
I'm surprised your cat didn't attack the screen. Ali Dawa sounds just like Mickey Mouse. He really does.
Stop it. It's so lighten up the mood. And do you want to see this? I don't think anyone's ever seen this one. But this is really funny. It's only 9 seconds long. So you ready? It's drive-by dawa. Okay, ready? Repeat after me. Got a hand in the air. Ashahadu. Don't run. So we're just lightening up the mood a little bit. But yeah, I've got him. Oh, I think we've got someone in the back. Lily of Speaker's Corner. Buongiorno, mon frère, mon sister. How are you?
Hey, everybody. I'm good. Thanks be to God. Trying to get the link out there, but it seems like they just disappear every time you post a link. Like there's somebody online to debate you, person from Speaker's Corner UK. You can talk about what's going on there, make your case. Everybody disappears.
It's really difficult, isn't it? It's really difficult to
They
get
disappear.
on. They like to talk big in the chats, like
Mhm.
this.
Yep.
You know, like this. I don't know if you can see this one, but you see that formidable faith. Yeah, he's actually in the chat right now, and he wants to debate me. But I've just put the link there, and he doesn't.
He doesn't come.
He
Right.
doesn't come. Yeah, so he talks.
Yeah.
He talks smack in the side channels. Let's go. Only 20 minutes in and cherry picking parts and clips to push the narrative. Refuting. It's not hard, parrot dead arguments. It's all you seem to be able to spout. I'm using the timestamps. So he talks a lot. He's watched the whole of the content. You can see the timestamps. It's a 4-hour debate, and he's gone all the way through it. He is actually my biggest fan.
Can you just describe for the audience who don't know what the dead parrot argument means, please?
Oh, I just repeat.
Do you want me to do it?
I'd love you to, brother.
The dead parrot argument is when you have a physical parrot that's dead, but you're trying to sell it at the pet shop. And the guy is going, wait a minute, I don't want to buy that parrot. It's dead. And you go, no, it's alive. Watch. See, it moved. That's the dead parrot argument. When it clearly is just nonsense and the thing's dead, like his argument for the sake of Allah is dead. The only way you can motivate the conversation further is by going, see, it moved, and making something up. Lily, you will have experienced this many a time, I'm sure, if you go down to Speaker's Corner. God bless you for having the courage to do that. You won't catch me down there.
Well, there you go. I wear body armor, brev. No, I don't.
I just can't be bothered with it. I'll leave it to the experts. I'm sure Lily do a better job than I ever would.
Oh, brother, I think you set the park on fire, mate.
Everyone subscribe to Lily's channel after you've watched this stream. I'll be doing the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we always go on. Let me just promote Lily, and then you can tell us. But Lily is basically the gift of administration, and what she's doing is she's promoting all the channels. She got me onto Discord, and I'm actually using Discord now. And I think that everyone should get on. So I'm going to send you my Discord. What's my? Can you put up my Discord links?
Sure, I will.
My one for the Speaker's Corner one, and the don't. So we're growing. Who have you got in the Speaker's Corner so far? Just real.
We have so we have Francis Bull, we have Sig, we have Anand Apologetics, we have Thomas Apologia, working on getting Chris at Speaker's Corner. We have you. We have Brother Mutas. We have working on getting Adam Seeker is a bit difficult.
I love Adam Seeker.
Working on getting Jay and Daughter of Christ, Hatun Tash, Rob Christian. But that, I mean, we're trying, we're doing our best, but we need the pool, guys. You know, the pool. Like
Yeah.
when you go there and hey, why don't you join this Discord, and then we can do something, right? We can create something.
It's definitely growing. And you've got Descriptor plug in there as well. And hopefully, because I've been going to my guys, you'll be getting Corvid in there. You'll be getting his humble servant in there. So we're going to get them in there, but they're just lazy.
Right. So
if you could say anything to an old fart with a migraine who's looking directly at you, what would you say?
Me
I'm talking
personally,
about Daily Corvid right there above you.
Oh, well, I would say that the things he said were like based. You guys need body cameras and evidence, and let's get this thing going. I'd say please make everybody subscribe to my channel, because even though I have next to 0 videos, but it's going to be the way to abridge the Brazilians who are very interested in what is happening, but they don't speak English, and the media is like a huge gatekeeper, right? We want to get international attention, and Brazilian people would be very much on the side of the Brits.
Amen.
So yeah. Let me get also I'm giving you both the links, both to your Discord and my Discord, and let's just have both of them out there.
Yeah, so you can chat to me on Discord. I'm there all the time. So I find a lot of people that we bring up. So you can always find me on Discord and I will respond. That's how you can contact me, which is really cool. We've got another one. This is Lily's. I'm going to put that up there. Have you got the handles, Lily? Can you get the handles so they can click on that? Oh, hang on.
The handles. Discord doesn't really like work with handles. They only have these like invitation links.
There's 35 people online now. I've just opened it by clicking the link, and there's 142 people, and it's growing massively. And the beautiful thing about what she's doing is it's about everybody. You're kind of going for the best people as well, and you've got people that I kind of watch. So it is the place to be, and hopefully, wink, nudge, nudge, you'll have the 6'5" crew on, and the 6'5" crew is myself, Daily Corvid, and his humble servant, and we'll never ever tell you which verse 6'5" crew comes from. But do you know what? We've just got a fish on the hook, and we're going to bring this fish up to stage, and he's going to introduce himself. But first of all, we like to do it properly here.
He's got half an hour. I'm not going to have my entire evening wasted by another one of these word salad purveyors.
We've got a word salad purveyor. Boom.
Sorry, my time is precious. I don't like having it wasted so frivolously.
Formidable servant, or whatever your name is. We're asking this question. If you can answer this question, no one else has been able to answer it so far. Have you had a conversation with Allah? Have you ever experienced Allah? Has Allah ever talked to you personally? Not through the book, not through a feeling. Has Allah ever talked to you?
Yes.
Please tell us.
You think you deserve to hear my story of why I hold
can't say
faith?
yes unless you're going to validate
No,
it.
no.
I'm
I'm talking to the host.
I knew you were going to waste my time.
I'm talking to the host.
Please, pretty please.
I'm talking to the host. After just is there anything that starts with S that you'd like to say to me first, Adam, before we continue?
I just said it. Can you give us an example?
No.
I'll just get rid of this guy as a time
Look,
waster. We're very busy people, mate. You can either give us an example,
you're not busy at all. All you're doing,
or get out of it.
Now here's the thing,
brother.
Here you go.
Answer the question. I'll just me and you now. These guys are going to be quiet.
All right. I will because.
You've gone quiet there, mate.
I respect God, and
has Allah ever spoken to you?
You have challenged me.
Yeah,
and now you're calling God a liar.
You've wasted 4.5 minutes. Are you going to give us an example?
10 years ago, I had to decide: was my life more important, or was my partner's life more important? When I was sliding to my death,
Brother, listen, has Allah ever spoke to you?
I left Earth for over 8 to 10 minutes.
Did Allah speak to you when you left Earth?
I knelt at the throne of God.
Tell me about it.
At the throne of God, light does not refract.
Bro, instead of doing poetry and
How
listen, you're talking to me. You're just talking to me.
How can you cut me off?
No, listen.
When you said you
open
wanted
your
to hear,
mouth,
observe everybody. Observe everybody. They asked for the answer as I was speaking about God. They cut me off and they claimed to love God. Observe that twice.
You
now.
said light doesn't refract, i.e., you couldn't see it.
Tell me about Allah, bruv. Tell me about your interactions with Allah.
I was halfway through a sentence, actually. Refract what? Refract.
If light's not refracting, then you're in black darkness. You can't see him. So how do you know it's Allah if you can't even see him?
Because I was going to say, when it shines through the people, the beings who are hooded in light, when they turn, the light does not refract like a glass
So there
on the
is
table.
light refracting then, because you can physically see it.
No, because light is under control.
It's refracting if you can see it.
No. It's not random in its nature where you can create your own.
This is ridiculous.
You are ridiculous. I'll deal with you in a moment.
Don't use scientific terms if you don't know what they mean.
Let me
if
deal with
light
him.
is not refracting, then there's black. You can't see
I
it.
was talking
If
about
you can see it,
an
it's
area in which light would refract.
Okay, right. Listen,
And you cut me off. You cut me off and tried to make your point. Only to realize I was being specific.
Okay. Instead of demonstrating mental illness, can you answer the question?
Oof. Ad hominems, straight off the bat. What's your question?
Can you tell me when Allah interacted with you?
Oh, what I was halfway through explaining. Maybe I can, but you can't seem to stop talking.
There, it moved. Dead parrot. I knew it.
The dead parrot is not what you explained, by the way.
Bro,
the
listen,
dead parrot is
you've got a few seconds. Can you describe it? Because
a few seconds, because you don't know. You don't want to hear my refutation on all Corvid's lies here. Well, your reason you brought me on. You don't want to hear the challenges. You want to pin me in some stupid
You're telling us about
where some hate preacher wants to hear about my dearest, most treasured.
Okay, cool story, bro. Right, listen. Can you? Sorry. Can you, instead of mouthing off in the comments, following me on every single thing and posting ad hominems all the way through, can you just get to the point? The point is not a wheel. Wheels don't have points. Instead of going round and round the roundabout, can you get to the point where you tell us that this faith that you believe in, have you ever experienced it? The floor's yours. Start with an example. We're asking for an actual example of when Allah communicated with you. Your time is now.
Right. Okay. So when I got back to Earth, the car crashed. My partner was in hospital. I was in hospital. We were separated. She was in ICU. I was unable to see her. I was told a very, very strong message. You know, I didn't bring you this far for nothing. It was almost audible. And I thought to myself, yeah, okay, but I don't know. I mean, so many unknowns.
But did you know Allah? Do you know
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Why does it have to be like a takeaway menu for you? Why can't it be an explanation of it?
Give us an example of a living God. It's so.
I'm explaining one of the most emotional pieces of my life, and you want me to just rush through it? How dare you?
No, we don't care about your emotions.
I said in hospital, you don't care. I said 10 years ago, dying almost with my partner, deciding whether I'm going to die with my partner in a car crash. You don't care.
What you said it was.
You don't
didn't
care.
ask you about your emotional story, which is very sad, and I'm very sorry to hear that.
I'm getting to the point.
Experience with Allah.
Yeah.
That's not what you've given us.
About the experience, can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, please.
All right. So is it fair to say that you claim to have seen Allah?
Can't see Allah.
But did you see his?
You can only see the light. Just like the Bible says, God lives in an unapproachable light that no man has seen. When you kneel before God, it is literally a beam of light that's coming out.
Gotcha.
That's what you get to see.
Gotcha. So a follow-up would it be? Did you see his hijab?
I just told you.
You didn't
what
tell
I
us
saw.
anything, bruv.
A beam of light. That's what
Stopped
I was.
by
That's what I
the
was given.
hijab, right? Yeah, but the hijab prevents you from being burned by the light. So if
No.
you no,
No.
why does Allah have a hijab then?
It's not. Oh, you. I feel.
I don't know why you're laughing.
I,
It's a
I
it's a
feel. I
curious
feel. I feel.
question.
I feel. I feel sorry for you. Why you would even belittle yourself to ask such a question. I mean, that logic that you formed that question with is so insulting to Lord Almighty. I don't even know why you would even joke.
You may not understand why, but my demeanor doesn't show in any way that I'm being disrespectful. It's an actual question of somebody who claimed to have gone and seen, even though not in its entirety, but somewhat of Allah. And I always wanted to ask somebody who had that experience if they saw Allah's hijab.
No. The being that I spoke to, that turned to me, and this is where I saw that the light was in complete control, because the light is so perfect of the throne of God. The beings that stand in awe around the throne, all hooded in light, they look like part of a wall. They all have an amazing appearance, and as the light goes from the throne and through them and down, there is
But
no
you
darkness.
must have seen the hijabi, otherwise you'd be dead.
When I saw myself,
It doesn't want to talk about the hijab.
when I saw myself, I could only see what I was allowed to see. You have to
And you
understand,
were
at the throne of God, you don't get to decide like earth. You don't have thoughts like earth. You don't have it. You're divided, mind, body, and soul. You can hear your soul, you can think, and you can see your body.
Okay. Can you back that up with scripture from the Quran? Because I can back up your experience with scripture from the Bible. Because it sounds like you're talking about the God of our book here.
Okay, sounds like a head injury to me. It's absolutely consistent with a head injury.
So I just like to, for all the true people of faith out there who believe in miracles, I just like I just like this opportunity, and I'm asking you, Adam, directly. I just like to explain.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank absolutely nobody. The double champ does what he wants. That's kind of
no. I just like to ask. I just like if I could just. I did mention my partner in an injury. I'd just like to ask if I could just go into that a little bit and explain the miracle that happened to her.
Just tell us about you seeing Allah or having an interaction with Allah.
Well, so
I want to know how it looks.
So
I'd love to see.
I got to see myself. I got to see myself kneeling with my right hand up to my face. Okay, that's how I saw myself, and I didn't believe it was me, and I was spoken directly by God, which I believe can go by the name Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, because that was the name that came.
But Allah doesn't speak to his creation, bruv. You're describing the Bible.
What are you talking about?
Allah does not speak. You said you almost heard him, so you didn't actually hear anything.
Allah does speak.
Imagine that you
Allah
did
does
hear
speak.
him when you
What ridiculousness is that? Every
You
word of the
said
Quran is
yourself 2
spoken
minutes
from
ago
the
you
throne.
almost heard. That means you didn't hear. If
That's
you
true.
almost did but did not. So you didn't
I
hear
agree.
him.
No, I said when I was back on Earth, it almost sounded like an audible version because I was getting to the next point of how this message keep getting louder and louder, but you cut me off in that, so I couldn't carry on with that.
You're not making any sense.
No, you won't let me finish full sentences.
You've
That's
spent
why.
15 minutes wasting our time. You haven't
heard
told
a
us
word
anything
and then
we
you
asked to
jumped
do.
on me. Just calm down.
But you're wasting time.
You just waffle.
So
this isn't therapy.
So I was told when I couldn't see my partner in a strong, very strong, already having faith to survive the crash. Obviously, this necklace that is in the picture, it was around my neck during the crash. Won't even let me talk about my partner.
No,
We
it's
had a
not what we
miracle.
asked you. I'm very sorry about your
I'm
partner.
trying to
It's
tell you
very
about a
sad.
miracle.
What
Which
we asked you for was a direct experience with Allah, which you cannot give us.
Look, how can he claim
he's
to
gone.
have seen Allah but not seen his hijab?
He hasn't seen him at all, hasn't heard him. It was
It
not
sounds like
Allah.
his
Whatever he
experience
saw,
from the
fine. It was
Bible.
not Allah.
Everything that he said was backing up Bible, basically.
Right,
Light,
because
the throne.
because Allah is covered by a hijab so that his light doesn't exterminate the whole of creation. So how can he have seen Allah's light and not the hijab, not covered by the hijab? It makes no sense.
Can you talk about Allah, bro? You've got another 30 seconds because it is really good content, but I don't want to laugh at you too much because I've already told you this is our fourth conversation. I didn't want to bring you up because I looked at your content and you clearly display mental health problems. And no, I'm being honest. This is why I speak to him.
This is our third conversation.
Okay, this is third, right? Cool. Allah knows best.
So you've had one without me, obviously.
Yeah, but have you had a conversation with Allah though, bro?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
He asked me, "Did you not call on me?"
Right, I've got better.
And I said,
You haven't
yes.
told us
And he
anything
said,
about
"Well, this
Allah.
is." He said, "Well, this is you." And he spoke to and he showed a being that I could not believe was me. It was the greatest level of everything maybe I could ever.
Okay, cool story, bro. Right, I'm just gonna kick him. I can't be bothered. How do you know that it wasn't God? How do you know it wasn't the God of the Bible at all? I'm not denying that you might have had a supernatural experience, but everything you're talking about, light and this, that, the other, and getting all emotional like a woman, from that experience, you would then go and find who God is because you know that there is a God, but you don't even know your own book. Yeah, you don't know your own book because we've had conversations with you. It's like stealing sweets from a child. Like, how do you know it wasn't the God of the Bible? Because at no point did you ever link anything of your experience to the Quran because you can't. Because you can't. And you're not the only one who has said you've had an experience because nobody, or the top dawa leaders, have avoided this question. And this isn't therapy for you to come on and tell me, oh, I know God's real. It's Allah. Can you link anything? The answer is no, because you've had multiple hours on this stage. And if you want to go chat big and all my comments and all this, or why are you not debating me? You're running from me. Bruv, you are Captain Waffle. That's the fact.
I think the thing to keep in mind as well, he said he was in a car crash. He whacked his head. He was unconscious, having a dream. That is not meeting Allah in real life. That's what we asked him. Has he ever actually met Allah in real life or had a communication in real life where he knew it was definitely Allah? All he needed to say was, yes, I saw Allah. He said this to me and I knew it was him because, bang, done, 3 minutes. We don't need to hear a 20-minute storybook version about this car crash when you were unconscious and you whacked your head and this happened, you nearly heard it, you didn't see it, light was refracting. Like, we don't need any of that stuff. So frustrating listening to that when what we want is, did you see Allah, yes or no? And if you did, how?
But you're not going to get it, bro. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 Muslims now have asked the same question
Not
too.
a single one of them can answer this, and they won't.
No one can answer, and they can't link anything back to the Quran of how their experience ties in with it. And the more you talked about seeing light and being around the throne, this, that, the other, well, Christians will go, kind of sounds like the Bible experiences. So maybe you've just got the gods confused. The one that doesn't exist, who you had no relationship with ever since you become Muslim, or the time when you could have had an incident and met God of the Bible. Because what you were vaguely saying in your kind of emotional plea to therapy on stage sounded like biblical stuff, not from the Quran, because you can't tie any verses in with that from the Quran or Hadith. So well done. I think you just proved that you got the gods confused and you're lost. Even though God's maybe reached out to you when you had a near-death experience. I'm not denying that. I've heard your voice. You're very emotional. You believe it. But I think that you just got the faiths wrong, bro, and you should maybe do a little bit more research into the Bible.
Can I just say one thing about this guy, right? Because I got to go in a minute. If you were in a car crash, Formidable Faith, I'm talking to you. If you're in a car crash with your girlfriend and you both survived, then you're blessed through that, which is, you should be really happy about that. So what, like with me, when I met Jesus, I was blessed. I knew immediately I was blessed, and there was no confusion. I didn't need to use terms like refracting light or I almost heard. He was there. I saw him. I described in 2 minutes how I saw him, what happened, the interaction we had. It was in real life. I was awake, no head injury, no concussion, no unconsciousness. It was wrapped up. The entire experience in every single detail was wrapped up in 5 minutes. And then at that point, people can say, I don't believe you, or I believe you. It's up to them. They're the ones having the belief issue at that point. I was there and I described what I saw. And I just don't understand how, if you believe you saw Allah, even though you were unconscious as it was in a car crash, why you couldn't just say, here was my experience, bang, 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 here's the bullet points, 5 minutes. What you were doing just sounded a lot like you were pulling details out of thin air and trying to mystify the details to us because you couldn't define it. We weren't trying to be rude to you or ignore you, but I have my own channel to run. I've got to go now and do 4 hours of filming, 2 hours of editing, then I've got to upload a video for tomorrow. So I don't appreciate having 20 minutes of this and not getting to the answer.
Do you want to hear
exactly what we got, unfortunately? So
do you want to hear the best?
Sorry, mate, I'm going to go now. I'm going to leave it there. It's been lovely to see you all in the chat on the video. Lily, it was lovely to meet you. I will be subscribing to your channel immediately when I leave. And thanks for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
Lily will set you up a page as well. She does all the work for you. She will
I've already been on the Discord. I sent the invite thing. I'm old. I can barely figure these things out, but I sent you the invite.
Yeah, she did it all for me, bro.
It was lovely to see you all. Yeah, I'm running Formidable Faith. If you want to convince yourself that I'm a coward and I'm running, even though I have a life to lead, which doesn't involve wasting my time listening to your emotional, bullshit, effectively. Sorry, it just was. We asked you, give us the Allah experience. You failed to do it. We asked you 3 times and you failed to do it. And I even said, you, if that's true what you said, you've been blessed. You should be happy about it. You should be happy to tell it to us in bullet point form without mystification, without saying, oh, light refracting, I almost heard it, then I was awake, then I was asleep, then I saw my own body. There was a light, but there wasn't a light. It's just, no one cares about that. We want to hear the experience if you had one. If you didn't, kindly make for the exit, which I will be doing myself now. So, God bless you all, and I'll see you in the next one.
Pikachu! Pikachu! The chef's kiss. Brother, love, love, love. So listen, guys, if you want to follow Daily Corvid, the reason we became friends is he makes better content than me. He is in 6'5" Gang. We're never going to tell you which book it is from, the verse, because you'll never look at us the same. But if you ever work it out, you will laugh your head off. Which Bible verse, but we are 6'5" Gang, so you will see us. Lily, how has it been going on the battlefield?
Well, I debate Muslims with my fellow Christians every single day in the Discord servers, and it's just a gift that keeps on giving. And they do debate there. Some of them are just keyboard jihadis. They don't come to voice chat.
No.
The ones that do don't want to participate in lives. I have no idea why. Maybe they're concerned about being exposed to other Muslims when they say such things as, for example, my Muslim friend Junior, also known as Damahel, in Discord, he says he's a Sunni Muslim, but he doesn't care about the Hadith. He threw Ibn Kathir under the bus. He doesn't know who Ibn Abbas was, so he doesn't care for him. He doesn't care about Sahih Bukhari. He doesn't care about Sahih Muslim. So basically, he's not really a Muslim. He said that to be a Muslim, you do not need to take the Shahada. He has many particular views, right? And every time you ask him to back up, he just yaps. He's also called the Yapinator down there. He never provides any evidence. for anything he says. And it's a little embarrassing, right? Because
they can't, bro. They literally can't.
yeah.
I offered to take the Shahada live on my channel if they could show me evidence of the prophet, that any prophet that we share that is more in line with theirs. The entire book, I'm saying, go for it. Go for it. And they went to Yusuf, or Joseph, and the king and the Pharaoh, and I showed him it in one line and defeated him in one line. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, in one line, it's there.
Yeah.
And then I went to provide to him the evidence of the 7 silos that Joseph made, not Yusuf, that literally backs up. So if you want me to take the Shahada and you're Muslim and you want to come up and show me evidence, I count this as evidence. This is a pink and white cup. You can see it. It can hold liquid. This is what I would count as evidence. Yes, I'm not lying. I'm showing you the evidence. They can't do it.
And you know what he did? I was like, okay, how many times a day do you have to pray? He said 5. I said, but the Quran only says 3. How do you get 5 from? He literally told me, I kid you not, it was because of my grandparents and their grandparents and their grandparents and so on, all the way to Prophet Muhammad. I said, well, then surely somebody wrote it in a chain of Sahih narration. It's certainly in a Hadith, wouldn't you say? He goes like, no, I don't need to learn from the Hadith. I don't need to read it. I don't need to provide you evidence for it. So that's it. Like, it's a dean that wants to debate, but they don't really come providing sources for what they believe in. It's embarrassing. I think it's shameful. And he just copes. He doesn't. We raise so many questions, and he doesn't answer any of them with any scripture. We have it recorded. I was asking for about 3 or 4 hours. Can you please show me where your forefathers and their forefathers, where they got 5 prayers from? And then I asked him, okay, forget about the prayers. Do you do wudu? Yes. How do you know how to do wudu without hadith? Nothing. And then we go, okay, well, how do you know that Jibril is an angel? Because the Quran doesn't say that. It's in the Hadith. Nothing. So it's just this type of Muslims that they say they're Sunni, but they don't feel bound to the Sunnah, which is hilarious and sad. All I want is an opponent that I can disagree with but respect. And all I find is a bunch of emotional men who behave worse than a woman, being me. And they rarely bring information to the table. All they want to do is somehow sneak into the dawa script, and they feel like they embarrass us by insisting on us answering questions, whereas they don't need to answer any.
It's crazy. And what they'll say to you is the Quran is the proof of the Quran itself. And what you can say to them is the Bible the proof of the Bible itself? It's so easy. And then there's another one. Jesus never mentioned that he's God. That's hilarious. There's about, I think it's 28 direct things of him being God, forgetting the things that he actually does. But you just go to them, where does Jesus say that he isn't God? You just got to take them off their script. It's so easy to poke holes in the Dawa script. It's literally laughable. The thing that breaks my heart is the way that Muslims debate. That it's so easy to prove if the Quran was true, the final revelation of God, show me. But if you want to go and look into how the Muslim caliphate around the world is working, we have 50,000 archaeological digs in 30,000 areas. The Bible is literally a map. You can open the Bible on a random page and test it yourself. I implore people to do it. Yeah. But the Quran, the Saudi government has been blowing up and destroying all the evidence of any of your prophets. Anything that's ever happened, they're building over it. They're changing it because it doesn't back up their story. So they're covering it up, and we're opening up the Bible, going, let's dig here. Let me show you this. Oh, look at this. Da, 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 da. And they are systematically going around the world destroying any evidence of the Quran because it disproves it through the archaeology. It's nonsense. Half of their mosques are pointing in the face of the third temple. The Qibla was changed, so their mosque, which they're converting, are facing the third temple with the corners of their mosque are facing towards the second temple. I said the third temple. I was wrong. The third temple will be in the same place. So even the archaeology is pointing towards the direction of prayer that was towards the third temple. They're repurposing buildings and destroying them to get rid of it. It's absolutely mental. Absolutely mental. They're whitewashing their hadiths as well. You've got what's it called? MBS. Mohammed bin Salem or something like that. He's saying that there's only 100 hadiths that are authentic now in Saudi Arabia. He's saying there's only 100 authentic hadiths that are from Saudi that they will classify now if they don't go against it, because they realize how bad the hadiths are. If you want to learn about real hadiths, Adam Seeker, the one that you need to get on.
Rob Christian and Adam Seeker, no cap.
Wow, no cap, bro. I had them on I went on their channel and I had one called Dubplate Hadiths, and he's telling me about hadiths that have just been changed from the Arabic into the English. And they're talking about giant angels with faces like chickens whose neck is bent under the throne and feet are on the earth. And I'm like, what? There's reasons the hadiths that you are exposed to, as opposed to the ones that aren't translated from Arabic, are hilarious. We had Farid responds or Farid reasons.
Oh boy,
absolute clown, absolute clown. Doesn't know how to read from the top to the bottom of a page. Yeah, he's saying that he's read the condensed version of Sahih Bukhari. Sahih Bukhari is this big. The reason you're only getting this much into the English translation is because the other ones are even worse. They're absolutely hilarious. They were making up. Go.
We have a wonderful Australian Shia Muslim. He's an imam. And I can post a link later. He actually explains to us that all the collection of Bukhari is not going to be available everywhere. You have the curated version, the tweaked version. So all the embarrassing things are out and they can have a somewhat decent collection of hadith. But you in my experience, you can bring all of them, even if you agree to just bring Sahih ones. They have 6 books that we could take hadith from. We just take from like Bukhari and Muslim because we're nice, because we don't want the discussion to be, oh, that's not authentic. We get the hadith ones and still they fail to address the points we raise. And to me, it's embarrassing. I respect some Shia Muslims who actually own up to their sources and say, yes, this is it. Yes, I agree. But Sunni Muslims, they have this habit of just shuffling and cherry picking. The ones they like, okay, good. The ones they don't like, oh, but humans are fallible, really. So why don't you contest wudu? Why don't you contest the 5 prayers? Why don't you contest the shahada? Right? Be consistent at least, please. Is all I'm asking.
It's crazy. It is crazy. And do you know about how the hadiths are taken? So Hafs was untrustworthy. That was his characteristics, but we have the Hafs Quran. Now, if you ask anyone, ready, 2 + 2 is 4, guys, by the way. So if you ask a Muslim why they're called the Hafist, it's because they're reciting the Hafs Quran. There's no, they literally all go on a 1924 rendition, like of the Hafs Quran, and a Hafist is just repeating the Hafs Quran, and Hafs, his character, was a known liar. So for anyone to trust anyone, if you spat on the floor, if you're a man who spat on the floor, you'll be disqualified from having Hadith. The chain of narration from Hadith in Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari means strong, and Bukhari is the name of the place. And it's about 1,000 miles away from Mecca, speaking a different language, coming 283 or 253 years after the death of Ahmed or Muhammad or whatever you want to call him. 250 years after. This is the strength of your narration from someone who lives 1,000 miles away, speaking a different language. He's named after a city. He's not a person. The chain of narration, if they call it telephone, but we call it Chinese whispers. You're basing your faith off Chinese whispers that were discredited if a man spat on the floor. Yeah, singular translation. Sometimes they say it was multiple people, maybe 2 or 3 people would play Chinese whispers over time. So for you to say that the Bible has been changed, it's laughable. When you brought up this gentleman saying he didn't know who Ibn Abbas was. Now, the strongest argument for the Quran, for the Bible's perfect preservation, is in the Quran itself. Ibn Abbas was the highest scholar. It was the uncle of
the cousin,
the cousin
of the prophet. Yeah,
the cousin of the prophet, and he said that Allah's word can't be changed. Muhammad, 600 years after Jesus' death, judged out of the Torah, the Injil, and all the books that were revealed before it, and we have copies now that we had then, that we can prove that we have the Bible then. So you're telling me that Muhammad didn't have. Go for it.
You wanna hear something interesting? Okay, so here's something I've been trying to argue with some Muslims to no avail so far, but okay. They claim that we don't have the original gospel. Right. Okay. Let's assume that that's the case, right? Premise 2, Muslims say that a prophet is sent to his people. Therefore, his language and the language of the message that he's delivering will be the same as of the people he sent to, right? Okay, great. Why does God or Allah validate the Greek translation of the word gospel if Jesus wasn't Greek? How come Allah didn't translate in the Quran the Aramaic word for good news? Why the Greek one? Doesn't that mean then that there was a Greek gospel going on in the time of Muhammad? I think it does, because Allah says so in the Quran. Therefore, Christians, guess what? We did have a Greek version of the gospel going around in Muhammad's time. So enough with this thing that we don't have the original, because the Quran says we do. Many times, in many ways, many verses. Otherwise, Allah would have certainly translated the Aramaic version of the word gospel, not the Greek one.
Yeah. So we had a lady up called Moonflare the other day who found me.
She's formidable. I love Moon. Yeah.
Moonflare is absolutely solid, bruv. She's come out of nowhere and she's solid.
She's in every server on Discord.
Moonflare is kicking butt. For a woman with only half the brain, she destroyed the dawa team. We were there with our jaws dropped and go, carry on, Moonflare. We're actually learning. We're like, Rabbi. And she was saying, she's incredible. We're saying why they call it the Injil, and it's the have you heard her argument of the Ditesseract or Ditesseron or something like that?
Yes, yes.
Bro.
She, mm-hmm.
And then when she was talking to this highly educated Muslim dawa guy, she was telling everybody where you get the verses from. All the verses are from the Ditesseride, not the gospel. So when they use verses, it's from this book, which slightly changed off the gospel. And then she's saying that you're quoting the Talmud, you're quoting fairy tales, you're quoting extra canonical books, your Gnostic text. And she's showing you where you're going from. And the Muslims guy is, because he's been literally pinned towards going, yeah, that is where we get it from. So
I sent her a message just now on Discord. Hopefully she can
I've
come
literally
up.
sent her a message now, like, yo, get up here, sister. she's so much fire, mate.
She's fire, man.
The guy
Yeah,
was cornered and had to admit, yeah, this is where we're getting it from. This is where we're getting it from. And he was just like, so you're basically on stage telling us that your Quranic version is collecting all these extra canonical verses and never actually really going to what we call the Bible that's perfectly preserved. It's mental. It's mental when you corner them because they know this. They know this information, the top guys, and you're not getting your sources from what we would call the Bible. You're getting it from twisted, like sewn together gospels. What the Ditesseron is it's the four gospels put together, and it was perpetuated through the Arabian Peninsulas. That was the Injil. That's why they call it the singular Injil. Now in Muslim sources and English speaking languages, they've changed it to the Injils, but in the Arabic they still keep it Injil. So they're changing how they interact with different communities, the dawa teams, you know, at the top, changing it so we don't think, hang on, there's four gospels. So they're saying there's four gospels to us because we speak English, but there's only one to the Arabians because they only know that the gospel's one. So they literally change the information going across. And once you kind of go up a level, you can go to the how they're interacting with people who aren't aware of the Bible and are thinking these texts are normal, and then how they're interacting with the English-speaking community. It's mental, absolutely mental. We had Daily Corvid showing us that the authentic Quran that he has is this big. The other Quran that they have is the English Quran is way bigger because they had to put filler into it for it to make sense. And when you see commas inside the Quranic text, it's so it makes sense. Because without those commas, it's a load of gibberish. When you read the Quran and you see quotation marks, it's so it actually makes sense. The Quran is a load of babble. And in his final revelation, they change some of the words, the sounding of the words, so it rhymes. So it's easier to remember. So they literally, for Allah's encore, they have the 66 books. Forget all your extra canonical books. That's nonsense. And I show people through the Gematria that they're not actually true. They've got lots of information, but they're not actually true. And then Allah comes in with his encore. He starts rhyming. He starts rhyming and rapping and doing poetry for his final encore. Tells you about everything that's happened before. Yeah. Shortens all these stories down. It's not even in order. When we have a book here, when I open this book and I look at the book of Jeremiah, it's the whole book. In the Quran, they'll start mixing up prophets and giving you one line here, and then it's over here. It's not even in chronological order. The Quran it's not even in chronological order. It's like a soup. It's like a blitzed soup with quotation marks for you to make it understand, extra verses added in to expound on it because they're cut out so much it doesn't make sense when you chop bits out of it. It's a soup, bruv. And when you listen to people like Moonflare, she butchers this. She'll show you this is where that verse has come. And when they say the rabbis will change it, they're talking about the Talmud. And when you corner them on this, and she says, "Look, you're talking about a Talmud verse." Let's see if we've got something. We've got someone. Oh my gosh! You know who's in the back? Hang on, we've got to do this, bruv. Like, guys, if you are listening now, stay. Smash a like because we have Moonflare.
Brother Moon, the one, the only, the
children.
legend.
Hello.
Hello, sister. How are you? Esther's just come running in. She heard your name. Ta-da.
Oh, Kitty. Yeah, I was sitting chilling in Discord, and then Lily sends me a DM. You're like, oh, we're talking about you. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
So fill us in, Moonflare. You can add little bit extra bits because some people might have heard.
If you wanna, you don't have to share your screen, but you could, if you want to, you can. But if you go to the thing I was talking about, where they regularly change in Sunnah.com, they will regularly change their stuff around like all the time. If you go to the Hadiths about Waraqah, and I think I remember I told you who he is. For those of you who don't know, in the audience, Waraqah was the uncle of Muhammad's first wife, because originally Muhammad only had one wife. He was literally a normal guy before Revelation happened, and then he like lost his mind. But he was just married to one woman. Her uncle was a Christian convert. His name was Waraqah, and then the Hadith traditions tell you that he used to read and recite the gospel from Hebrew, and he would translate it into Arabic. If you look at the Hadiths now, I can give you the references. They changed it from it's Sahih Bukhari 3392. The Prophet returned to Khadijah while his heart was beating rapidly. She took him to Waraqah bin Nawfal, who is a Christian convert and used to read the Gospels in Arabic. They changed, in all of Waraqah's narrations, they changed it from gospel to gospels. Even though in the actual Arabic text, which you can also translate, it's gospel. It's not gospels.
Crazy.
I still have the screenshots of when it said gospel and not gospels.
Do you want to share screen? I'll put it all up because I want people.
I'm on my phone. I can't share it.
Okay, no worries. I want people to realize just how on point this lady is. Like, we were just like,
You should see the content she provides to us on Discord. That's what you should see.
have you got her on the Discord chat? Like, I've got her personally, but does she have her own Discord?
Yeah. I don't think she has her own Discord, but she's in every single server where you always see Moonflare kicking ass everywhere.
Moonflare, watch this. Give us another gem, please.
Okay. If you want a better one, speaking of Talmudic traditions, the Quran actually directly quotes from the Talmud. You know that verse where it says it's like if you kill one person, it's as if you've killed all of mankind. That's like word for word quotation from the Talmud. That's in the Sanhedrin. I can give you the reference.
Mm-hmm.
That verse, it only applies to Jews, by the way. I know Muslims will quote it out of context. It says we prescribe for the Jews, if you kill one person, as if you've killed all of mankind. And that's in the Talmud. That's not in the Torah.
Wow. And so is the Talmud, it's a law, isn't it? It's a 70,000 page, constantly evolving text.
Yeah.
That isn't the word of God, but they're putting it in as it is the word of God.
Well, the Talmud, I think I forgot his name, but the brother in here, he was explaining, it's basically a massive Jewish body of literature that encompasses a variety of Jewish work. A lot of it's rabbinical opinions and debates. So it also includes the Mishnah, which is like Jewish oral tradition. It includes like the Sanhedrin, different laws and things of that nature. But I don't know if any of you caught the problem here. I don't know if y'all caught the issue, but the author of the Quran, it is claiming a revelation. Because this is not in the Torah. It's not in any Hebrew text. It's not even. We know where this comes from. It was the rabbis. The rabbis literally made this up from the basis of the Torah. Like they would take, don't kill people, the biblical laws, and say, well, if you kill one person, it's as if you killed all mankind. This was made by the rabbis. So I don't know if Allah is saying that he gave revelation to the rabbis, because it said he decreed this for the Jews. So like he decreed it for the Jews through the rabbis, because it's not in Jewish text. I think that's y'all see the problem here.
Right, and also it quotes even directly from First Corinthians, doesn't it? Like no ears has heard, no eye has seen.
That's Hadith. That's in a Hadith.
It's in a Hadith. Is it Sahih though?
Yes.
So they say they don't like Paul, right? Very much, but apparently the Prophet did, because it's eternalized in a Sahih Hadith.
Yeah,
Interesting.
The reference in the Talmud, the Talmud, the Quran tweaks it slightly, because what the Talmud says, if anyone wants a reference, I can type it out, but it's Mishnah Sanhedrin 454, and it says, therefore, but a single person was created in the world. Anyone who kills an Israelite, it's as if they've killed all of mankind. And the Quran says, if anyone takes a human life, or the Talmud just says, anyone takes an Israeli life, it's as if they've killed all of mankind. So this is, aside from that one word, which the Quran switches, probably because the Jews were just saying it generally, this is a direct quotation from the Talmud.
Right.
So Allah inspired the rabbis, apparently.
And what about any of the latest debates you've been into? Anything funny, interesting that you remember comes to mind?
I haven't really done, well, I haven't really done much debating, simply because like no one's come to me with new topics. The only thing people have talked to about me recently is like the whole Rebecca thing and the Talmudic sources, and I took them through the scripture verse by verse and showed them how it's stupid. But that's the only thing I've had to deal with lately.
I see. Well, we're trying to get Muslims up here. I sent the link, but they're not really willing to. I wish like Junior would come up here, because then it'd be content for like 10 hours straight.
Oh, Junior can talk.
Oh, Junior can talk. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get him, but he's not very
The only I guess the only comment I have, like really dumb Muslim argument that I've heard recently, is a Muslim believes that like when it talks about the crucifixion was made to appear to them in the Quran, they were pretty much saying that this only applies to the Jews, because they get the connotations that because the early Christian followers also believed Jesus was crucified, and the Gospels also claim, there was multiple women there who knew Jesus and at least one disciple. I mean, even if they entirely deny that account, I think they still run into the problem of, if Allah, like, whatever he did, he made a mirage to make it appear as if Jesus was crucified. It doesn't get around the problem of God still deceiving innocent people, because crucifixion's a public event. It's not a private event.
Right.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this one? Have you seen this? Look. God took him to death for 3 hours of the day when God raised him to himself. Wahib bin Mahballah, whatever. Ibn Ashaq. The Christians claim that God caused him to die for 7 hours, then revived him. The authority of Wahib. God caused him to die for 3 days, then he resurrected him, then he raised him up. Even their own sources. This is Bukhari. I will cause you to die, meaning I will cause you to die. So if you speak to proper, honest people, they will say that the translation of when we took his soul up doesn't say that. It says when he killed him. Allah killed Jesus or Isa on the cross.
And furthermore, you know what the beef I have with this so-called delusion is the following. If Allah decides to make an illusion, the illusion is so perfect because it comes from a divine being, right? It would be so perfect that it would be almost, one would argue, wrong not to believe it, right? It's so perfect. It's divinely made. literally. And so, I mean, how could the Christians saw it? They really believed it. And I mean, Allah did it. So,
but if you go down that, I don't know which is worse. If you go down that, Allah has deceived the largest religion in the world for 2,000 years to follow a false religion by making it appear that he died. So either way, it frames Allah in a really bad light, that his deception that it made it to appear has sent billions of people to hell. That's basically the alternative. If he deceived people to make it appear that he looked, Allah, who is the greatest at planners or deceivers, depending if you actually speak Arabic, has deceived billions of people to go to hell by his magic trick. So even in the translation, if they turn it the other way and feed you the nonsense lies that aren't confirmed all the way through and are a change of the word, Allah has created the greatest false religion and left it 600 years to give revelation through Muhammad to tell you, oh, actually, they got it wrong. So it cuts both ways. It cuts both ways. And he really does live up to his name. He wills who he wants. And he misguides who he wants. So Allah's misguided all the Christians to go to hell through deception and left it 600 years to tell you the truth, but then they've changed it. So it cuts both ways, man. Allah is not the guy. You don't want to be following this magician, basically. So
funnily enough, the way I heard a Muslim get around it is if I was mentioning it today, like the whole deceit thing. He was basically saying the only people, like, it's so stupid. He was pretty much saying the only people that witnessed Jesus' suffering and crucifixion were the guilty Jews or whatever, and then these guilty Jews spread the belief that Jesus was crucified. Like, they're the ones that supposedly saw it, and then they spread it to true believers. And I was thinking in my head, like, that is the most, like, dumb, like, remove the Gospels. Like, that is still the dumbest, most ahistorical claim I've ever heard in my life. Because crucifixion's a public event; it's not private. Like they didn't take Jesus to a back room where all like the Jews could watch him suffer. Like, no, it was private. So there would have been innocent people on the street, on the sides, who would have seen this occurring. Are like potentially women and children, because that's how severe this act was. They did it publicly in front of everyone, so everyone would be scared of getting crucified. So they would just have to historically presuppose that the only people that witnessed the crucifixion were the guilty people, which is a completely ahistorical claim. It's not historical at all. It's anti-historical, actually.
Mm-hmm. There's something really interesting. I think it's the right one here. No, don't worry. I'll find it in a second. There's a code in the Bible that describes every single name that's at the crucifixion through a code. There was 3 Marys at the crucifixion. It goes through all their names hidden in the code of the crucifixion. This is like high-level gematria. Let me find it. You keep the conversation flowing, but I'm gonna pull something out, and everyone's head's gonna wobble when I show you.
Oh,
God.
I don't know. I don't know what else to talk about, but
let me see if I can find it. Is it? Oh, let me find it. No, hang on. I'll find it. Keep talking. Let me find this one. It's so
it's all right if you need to leave at some point, Moonflare. I thank you anyway. I'm trying to bring more people. There's so many people who do this on a daily, and I'm trying to get through to them, but yeah, let's see if I bring more people to talk. We have even like Arab speaking Christians. We have Arab speaking ex-Muslims. We have the whole thing going.
My friend, don't you? Mikhail.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of my.
You're gonna bring him? You wanna bring him?
He's my original ride or die. He's actually listening now, but he can't come on. He's my original ride or die, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I love that guy. Let me see if I can find it. I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking. I will find it. But the foot of the cross. names.
Let's see. Who else? Who else? Who else could come?
Let me see if this is the one, because this is what I want people to be exposed to. This is 5 minutes. Let me play this one.
All right.
You suppose it's there somewhere. And of course, it turns out that the name Yeshua is encrypted behind almost every messianic prophecy in the Bible. Well, now this debate takes a three-way swing. There's the pro-codes, the anti-codes, but the Jews who are pro-codes are not too excited about the idea of Yeshua being in there. And Ramsel is a neat guy, good friend. He's the guy that sends me a lot of stuff. That's where I got the acrostics for Esther and some of that stuff. And Grant Jeffries and he became good friends. And Grant Jeffrey published a book called The Signature of God, in which he takes up the support and the defense of the Bible codes. He also helps Yaakov Ramsel publish a book called Yeshua, and a sequel volume called Jesus is My Name. I'll come back to that. And Grant Jeffrey wrote not only The Signature of God, he's written a recent book called The Handwriting of God. And both of us hope to have our books. He's doing another book proving the codes are real. And I'll hope to have our book. Both of us are planning to make our books debut in the summer at CBA and whatever. So we'll see what comes of that. Kind of interesting. Grant tells how when this all started, Yeshua codes, he'd get a call from Israel, all upset. Well, Yeshua just means salvation. And Grant would say, now, wait a minute. When you found Hitler, you recognize that as a name. Because I understand your problem, but it's your problem. Now, you should understand the rebuttal to Yeshua is that Yeshua consists of 4 letters, and 2 of them are the most frequent letters in the Hebrew alphabet. If you study Yeshua in the Old Testament, not just the Torah, the Old Testament, in just looking at intervals of less than 100, it shows up over 5,538 times in the Old Testament. I've done this myself. And 2,919 going forward. And that includes 136 with no intervals. That is the name just spelled, Yeshua. And then 2619 going backwards. So it's very, very common. But I don't see that as a surprise. Jesus himself said, the volume of the book is written of me. I'm not surprised to find his name that frequently. Jesus challenges, search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life. And they are they which testify of what? Me. Yeah, there I am. Here is a list of the frequency tables in the Tanakh, the Old Testament. And obviously the Vav and the Yot and the Vav are the 2 most frequent letters, and the He are the 2 most frequent letters in the scripture. The cynics will say, well, this whole thing is just a statistical accident. Well, let's take a look at the Yeshua codes. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, the creation encrypted as Yeshua is able. In Genesis 3:27, Adam and Eve are covered, by the coats of skins. In chapter 3, behind that you have encrypted Yoshaya, he will save. Remember they put on aprons of fig leaves? But then God covered them with skins of animals, teaching them that by the shedding of innocent blood, they'd be covered. And behind that text, you've got encrypted Yoshaya, and he will save. Ruth, which the whole book communicates the kinsman redeemer, Boaz and all that. It opens with a 5-interval sequence, Yeshua. Daniel 9, the 70 weeks, has a 26-letter interval encryption of Yeshua behind it. But that's just the starters, gang. You ready for this? Let's go to Isaiah 53. That was Yaakov Ramsel's first discovery. Here's the high point of the Old Testament. Of all the passages in the Old Testament that deals with the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, you've got Isaiah 53. Encrypted in that is Yeshua Shmi. Yeshua is my name. That's pretty impressive. Stand by. You have Yeshua is my name, his signature, Messiah, Nazarene, Galilee, Shiloh, Pharisee, Levites, both high priests, Caiaphas and Annas, Passover, the man Herod, wicked Caesar perish. And that evil Roman city, let him be crucified, Moriah, cross, pierced, from the atonement lamb, bread, wine, Obed, Jesse, David's line, of course, seed, water, Jonah, on it goes. Each of these you could preach a sermon about any one of these in its linkage to Isaiah 53. You say, that's pretty impressive? Stand by. Here's a list of the disciples. Disciples at morn, Peter, Matthew, John, Andrew, Philip, Thomas, and 2 Jameses. Not 1, 2. There were 2 Jameses, right? Okay. And you've got Simon, Thaddeus, Matthias, 3 Marys, Salome, and Joseph. Now, it's interesting that one of these Marys and John and Yeshua are all linked together sharing the same yacht. Remember where Jesus looks down at John and consigns Mary? It's interesting. Interesting.
Listen to this. Look, these are all the people that were at the foot of the cross, hidden in a code. This is what I'm talking about. Isaiah 53, just listen to this. It's crazy.
Obviously, all by statistical accident. 40 names in 15 sentences, encrypted. They're clustered, relevant. It's the clustering, it's not just the names, the clustering and the relevance that is the profound aspect of this.
I'm just going to pause that. These are the names of the people at the cross, all hidden in codes in the Bible. Don't tell me Comanche is cuckoo. Now, watch this one. I'm going to go full screen just for a second. The Fibonacci sequence is in the Bible. I want you to listen to this one. Jesus Christ is the Word of God, and through him all things were made. In nature, you know what the Fibonacci sequence is. It's that spiral. You see it in leaves, you see it in shells, you see it in our bodies are made through the Fibonacci sequence. Modeling agencies will look for beauty in representation of the Fibonacci sequence. Now, if Jesus Christ is the Word and through him all things were made, we see the Fibonacci sequence in the world. We also see the Fibonacci sequence in the King James Bible text. Are you ready to have your head blown? Are you sitting comfortably? Then I shall begin. Watch this. Okay, get your geek on. Fibonacci sequence. Pow.
Now, I want to show you something. We always talk about randomness. The universe came about by randomness. That's the whole premise of evolution, right? How many of you have ever seen randomness? Besides at Las Vegas, okay? As you look at randomness, and the intent here was to assemble random bits. And by the way, that turns out to be very difficult to do. In a computer, you can't get randomness. They have pseudo-random number generators that generate a string of numbers that meet as many tests as they can conceive of for randomness, but they're still not really random. But I want you to look at these treat these as random numbers. Do you notice what's missing? There's something missing here. Can you spot what's missing? Randomness lacks symmetry. Do you ever see random things symmetrical? See, the very concept of symmetry implies order. A center line on a drawing implies that there's an architect around. That's how they discovered all kinds of things about the architecture of the Temple Mount, because these things all line up on a center line. That has profound implications. You notice randomness lacks periodicity. Every third one doing something or whatever. There's no periodicity. In fact, that's one of the tests of randomness. If there's any periodicity, it fails the test of randomness. You know what I mean by periodicity? It has a cycle. Okay. Randomness lacks any evidence of design by definition. Because if there's design, that implies it's no longer random. Randomness lacks order of any kind. That's why the scientists, as they search for extraterrestrial life, listen to the noise, the randomness, in the hopes of finding some kind of order. And what they rule out, of course, if it's periodic, every second or something, it could be generated by some natural phenomenon. So periodicity doesn't, they're not looking for that. But they're looking for any evidence of design. That's why random numbers are a typical conjecture. If you're trying to communicate to another alien culture, a series of random numbers is one of the ways to get their attention, presumably, because how would you generate that? Well, I got a surprise for you, because there is a sequence of numbers that, how many of you have heard of the Fibonacci numbers? There's how many? There's 1, 2, 3. Anybody else? Okay, it's interesting. I have heard about these since I was a kid. I never took them seriously. And because they are the domain of some pretty strange characters. But back in the 12th century, Leonardo Fibonacci, he was messing around trying to predict rabbit populations. And he discovered a series of numbers that bears his name. And the first, it's 1, 1, then 2. Each number is the sum of the previous 2. Third number is 2. The next number is 3, which is 1 plus 2. Then 3 is 2 plus 3 is 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 5 and 8 are 13. 8 and 13 are 21. See, each number is the sum of the previous 2. You follow me? That is the Fibonacci sequence. The mathematician, he first discovered it in the 12th century, but he didn't recognize the real significance. It took several hundred years for people to discover that this sequence appears in nature in some of the strangest places. The ratio of any 2 adjacent numbers is approximately 1.6. It varies a little bit in the second and third decimal place, but it's very close to that. And now, it was several hundred years before the significance of the sequence is recognized. There is a sequence, it shows up in what's sometimes called the golden rectangle. The ancient Greeks seem to discover that there's a rectangle whose proportions are the most pleasing. And they call that the golden rectangle. That's when the longer side is the shorter side, as the shorter side is the sum of the 2 sides. And that's a rectangle of a certain proportion. It's on the screen right now. That rectangle is called by artists and scientists and mathematicians as the golden rectangle. And it has some peculiar characteristics. The ratio of the short side, the long side is 1.618 of the short side. But the point is, if you take a square out of that, you still end up with a golden rectangle. If you take a square out of that, you end up with a golden rectangle, and so forth. You follow me? It's got some interesting mathematical properties, and on it goes. Okay. It turns out the Parthenon in Greece, the Great Pyramid, the United Nations building, your credit cards, your playing cards, postcards, the switch on your light switch at home, writing pads, 3x5 cards, 5x8 cards, all of these are based on the golden rectangle, whether you realize it or not, okay? In art, Leonardo da Vinci, Van Gogh, Vermeer, John Singer Sargent, Monet, Whistler, Renoir, many artists recognized that by building their art on that golden rectangle, it gave it vitality and movement. And it was the dynamic, what they call dynamic symmetry, in contrast to static symmetry. So it implies growth, power, movement, and gives animation and so forth. And the artists have discovered that, and if you're a student of art, you're well acquainted with this. In floral arrangements, we discover the lily has 3 petals, the yellow violet 5, delphinium 8, the mayweed 13, the aster 21, perithium has 34, helenium has 55, Michaelmas daisy has 89. So if you're one of these people, she loves me not. If you know the Fibonacci numbers, you got a chance of winning that one. Okay. All these, of course, are in the Fibonacci sequence. There's a study among scientists called phyllotaxis, and that's where you study the arrangement of leaves around the stem of a plant. Visualize taking a plant and taking a cross-section and seeing how the leaves are ordered in the plant. It turns out the elm always has 1/2 the circumference. The beech or the hazel has 1/3. The apricot and the oak have 2 every 5. The pear, the poplar has 3/8. Each one of these, the almond, the pussy willow, pine trees are always 5 to 21 or 13 to 34. These are all Fibonacci numbers. Now, first of all, they discovered this, and that was bizarre because you'll never find a number that's not in the Fibonacci sequence, which is weird. Out of 434 angiosperm and 44 gymnosperms, they all have Fibonacci numbers in their design. And scientists have discovered that maximizes the exposure to sunlight and air without shading or crowding from the other leaves. Depends on the nature of the leaves. So this is a result of very skillful design, but the design is motivated in part by beauty. And there's a whole other thing. I didn't get a chance to do this. You go down, if you're a diver, you know if you go down 60, 90 feet or so, it starts getting bluer and bluer, pretty dark. You go down deep enough where it's dark and turn on a light, things are incredibly colorful. Why? Nobody can see them. Why are they created in the first place? For his pleasure. We have a God that loves beauty. A whole other thing I get into here, as you drive and see scenery, you never see it monotonous, except unless you're going through Kansas. Yeah. As I was driving in here, thinking about this talk, as you go drive a mountain road, we drive through a mountain road, and there's all these trees. The trees are random, and yet they're not monotonous. The design of the trees are not predictable. Each one's different and yet conforms to a motif. It's astonishing how you can look through nature and never see monotony. It's always got the strange variety. So about seeds, the rows of bracts on pine cones, it's 8 or 13. There's 2 rows. On pineapples, there's 3 rows. It's 8, 13, and 21. And it turns out there's an optimum divergence angle of 137.5, which is, in effect, a fraction of the 360. That's a Fibonacci number. It produces the best packing. And that's why you always see Fibonacci spirals on sunflower. If you look at sunflower, you've got 2 divergent spirals. They're both Fibonacci numbers. And let's talk about music. How many people play music in here? Okay, you've got 5 keys that are the pentatonic scale, right? You've got 8 that are called the diatonic scale. Those are Fibonacci numbers. You put them both together, you got a chromatic scale, 8 and 5 together. A major sixth, which is considered, for strange reasons, beautiful, is a ratio of frequencies. That's 3 to 5. And a minor sixth is, again, a ratio of, these are all Fibonacci numbers, all through music. For some reason, it works. Certain chord, you hit 2 keys, some of them work, some don't. If you're a musician, you know why. But part of the reason is you got Fibonacci numbers undergirding that whole analysis. But here's the one that blew me away. I was reading up on this and I thought, that's kind of weird. If you look at the revolution of the planets in our solar system, you got Neptune. Pluto is a problem for a number of people. I won't get into that here, but you got Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, the asteroid belt, Mars, Earth, and Venus, and Mercury. If you adjust the observed orbits just slightly to what I'll call here the theoretical orbits, each one is a Fibonacci ratio to the previous one. And you say, Pluto is too, but in an inverse way, because it's 90,000 miles against Neptune 60,000, so that's a 3 to 2 thing. But I want to stay out of that for some other reasons. Neptune and Pluto is a whole other issue. Anyway, the point is, what's interesting, these are the same ratios that you find in the elm, the beech, the apricot, the pear, the almond, the elm, the pine, and 3 different pine numbers. You say, what on earth does the trees have to do with the design of the solar system? Very simple. The same guy did both of them. The same guy had an insight of what makes things beautiful. That beauty is an elusive concept on the one hand, and yet we discover there's certain rules even in design that we find. Let's just take one more. If we take the golden rectangle, take a square out of it, take another square out of it, take another square out of it, we have, with the golden rectangle, we can create a spiral, right? Very famous spiral, it turns out. It's the only spiral that does not alter its shape as it grows. It has that peculiar mathematical property. And you've all seen one. It was called the chambered nautilus shell. It shows up a lot of other places too, but I mentioned this is just a very crisp example. You find that in the hurricane, spiral seeds, the ram's horn, the tail of a seahorse, fern leaves, the DNA molecule. You'll find it in waves breaking on a beach, tornadoes, galaxies, the tail of a comet around the sun, whirlpools, seed patterns of sunflowers, daisies, and dandelions, the ears of all mammals, and especially the cochlea of the human ear. You have one in your ear that helps convert the sound vibrations into pulses that the ear can transmit to the brain. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go. You remember Da Vinci's famous anatomical sketch of man, and you take from the navel to his feet, and you discover it's a golden rectangle relation. If you know that distance, you know how tall he is by applying the golden rectangle. And you can do that from his navel to his chin. You'll find the length of his face, from his chin to his lips, the tip to the nose to the pupils to the top of his head. And so forth. All these yield the distances of various parts. You'll discover the golden relationships are all through his basic design. And since man is in the image of God, in some sense, it's not surprising to find out he apparently has what we understand to be mathematically harmonious proportions. And we find it all through nature, even whether you're talking about seeds in a plant or the orbits of the planets.
How crazy is that? How crazy is that? Now, if you want to go even geekier, There's a channel that I follow called Truth is Christ that's showing the Fibonacci sequence through the King James Bible. Like God spoke it into creation. You can see this pattern all the way through nature. You can see it in your own body. Now, everyone thinks Comanche is this weird thing that the Jews used to do, okay? And the Greeks used to do it. And there was only ever one text, wasn't it? There was the Hebrew text, there was the Greek text, and there's the King James Bible text. But if I show you this one, and I show you, you just saw the Fibonacci sequence, yeah? Leonardo da Vinci's The Perfect Man, the Fibonacci Man. You saw it on the screen. I'm going to show you this one. This is me. This is me working out some codes, okay? Listen to this. This is how complete our God is. And if you're wondering why the splats are there, I taught an autistic kid how to flick paint, and he flicked it all across my picture. So I thought I'd add a few more flicks and make it make sense. But watch this one. This is me sitting down and doing gematria myself. Okay, here we go.
The study on a lot of things, basically. You know, behold the nail, behold the hand. Hebrew, it's right to left. And then behold the hand, behold the nail in English backwards. The code, 26. Today I worked out that in Strong's, in the Greek, it's agape. If you go to 1 John 4:16. So we've come to know and believe that the love of God has for us, God is love.
So check this, agape. Okay, now this is what agape means. God's code in his name is 26, because the Bible's spoken in this, and this is what agape means. Agape is the highest form of love, the love of God for human beings and of human beings for God. Yeah, that's what his name means, and this is in his name, Yeshua. That's what it means. So check this.
26. Interesting. I worked out some really crackers things there. The other day, I said, I bet that this is what the paleo looks like, of the Vav. Yeah, this is what the original looked like. It's a bent over nail. So if you see the Roman nails that they used to use, if you bend them over, because you have to bend them over to keep the prisoner on, or they'll just come off. You understand? Yeah. Now
Let's break it down for you. What this is this is the Vav. In his name, Yov-He, Vav-He. The paleo is a picture of a nail. It is a picture of a nail. And if you put someone on a cross, yeah, and you go through their wrist to hold them on, they had spikes. And if you were pinned to a cross, you would want to get yourself off it. So they hammer over the nail to make it so it holds you on. You have to have an end of a nail, or they would just pull themselves off the cross. They would just pull themselves off the cross. And I thought, hang on, this nail, I know what the nails look like. This is what you're left with. This is literally what you're left with. This is the Vav. You can see the paleo there, and it's bent over because it has to hold the prisoner onto the cross. And his name is Yov-He, Vav-He. Behold, which means look at the nail, look at the hand. Yeah. His number code is 26, which is the highest form of love, God's love for us and our reciprocal love back for him. All the way through his name, in all three codes, it's pointing to Jesus.
This is inferring this, because I'm going to show you something that I worked out today. Was the sign this big and clear? Now what you're looking at here is the tabernacle and the directions that they camped in. Now, when they say Jesus was a carpenter, it's not that good a translation. Carpenters, we presume, work with wood. Wood is really rare when you're living in Israel. It's arid, isn't it? So they were stone workers, and they worked more with stone. Okay. So these are the dimensions.
So this is the dimensions of the cross, the Jewish camp. And when people see the cross, it was lifted up. You can see them camping, and it's a temporary structure. Like the cross is a temporary structure. Wood is a rare commodity. Jesus' better description of a carpenter was he was a stonemason. And he goes, I go to prepare a place for you. In my Father's house are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you. He's the creating force of the Godhead. Yeah. So he was a stone worker. Wood is really rare. Do you think they're going to knock up a perfect cross, or they're just going to reuse pieces of wood because they're living in the desert? So you're not going to see a perfect cross. This is probably what the cross looked like, according to the Bible.
Of the shape of the cross. Now, what you'll notice here is it's larger on one side than it is the other. These are the totals. 51, 57.
It's slightly bigger on one side and very slightly bigger on each side. Now watch the Vitruvian Man. Yeah? Watch this.
Yeah, you've got here 108. And you've got 186. So I believe the cross was this shape. Now, what people don't understand is that the crucifixion was meant for humiliation, and they would put you naked on a cross, and so you can look into people's eyes. If you're right up in the air, they put you on the top of a hill, everyone can see you, but you're slightly raised. They raised him up. They raised him up by this much. Yeah? Issachar, 44,000. You see these two little lines here? Head and feet. If you get the Vitruvian Man, which is the perfect man's dimensions, and you make his head from here to Ephraim, his head stops there, which is the head. So Ephraim is the head. Yeah, it's at the head. And his feet land perfectly here. I can't draw it on for space, but when I open it up on my phone, it fits perfectly. So his head was there. So his head. His arms go up to here. He was nailed here because it goes through the wrists. And his feet stop here. So this is how far they raised him up. This is where his feet stop. Okay, let's go through some stuff. Shortage of wood in the area due to the climate. Wood was repurposed. The cross might have been repurposed temporary structure. It's only a temporary structure for humiliating and killing prisoners. Eye level so people could look into their eyes for shame and to scare the people. The hand symbol in Hebrew is this. That's looking at your hand. That's what you think a hand looks like. But theirs is showing you that this is the hand that's right up to the elbow. That's what they call a hand. That's even shown in the picture. The hand doesn't look like a hand. It does if you classify a Hebrew hand as it goes right up to the elbow. Now, hand plus forearm to the elbow. Jesus was the lamb, and bones couldn't have been broken. So not the end, but the wrist in between the radius and the ulna, and legs were crossed because it can't go through the feet. This is what I just worked out today. It can't go through the feet. It didn't go through his feet. Yeah, between the tibia and the fibula. Jesus died before they broke the prisoner's legs. The nails would have to be very large. And when you're talking Romans, 7 to 9 inch nails is what they worked with. If you want Satan, this is me alluding, 9 inch nails. There's a heavy metal band called 9 inch nails, because to get through two legs crossed over with one nail through your tibia and fibula at the bottom, yeah, to keep you there as you're stood on a platform, what would you do? Yeah, you'd have to go through, you'd have to get it into the wood, through both legs, yeah, through both legs, and then bent over in position. So you can allude to the nails would have been large enough to go through both ankles, wood, and be bent over. Yeah. Vitruvian Man, if you can stick the Vitruvian Man next to this actual shape, your whole world will shake. You're like, what? Why is Issachar so small? So, Jesus Christ is King, guys. There's so much in here, in numerology and stuff, and I worked out a few of these in half an hour. So, test the Bible. Glory to God. Hope you're having a lovely day. Bye.
So let me show you this, guys. This is the Fibonacci. Let me put my head up here. This is the Fibonacci sequence. And if you make Jesus' head as high as Ephraim and his legs will be in proportion, he will be balancing on Issachar, which is the only tribe of 4,400, an extremely small tribe. And for Jesus to be propped up and not hang, they'd have a little ledge underneath. And this is where you get the Orthodox cross has that little slanting little thing underneath. Yeah. So all the way through the Bible, his name is saying, look at the nail, look at the hand. Yeah. Yeshua. It's in his name in the pictures. The number count for it is agape, the highest form of love, of God's love for us and our reciprocal love for him. Yeah, the Vitruvian man, if placed on this cross, shows that his feet would have been on the little ledge that people draw on underneath to hold this guy up on the cross. The nails were bent over, the 9-inch nails. They were just like long nails, and they bent them over to keep the prisoner on. And it shows the shape of the Vav. It literally says the nail is the shape of like a 7, like that, to hold someone on. You know how we have ends on nails? They just bent them over. They just hammered them over the end to bend it over. So his entire name in Gematria is pointing to this singular event. It's so interesting. And when they say, look at this, when they say that they raised him up, if you study, if there was Phoenicians that brought in crucifixion 300 years before, and it was the ultimate humiliation, and they wanted you to look into the eye. They wanted you to look into the eye of the person. So they're not going to raise him up like crosses that this big. This is not accurate. I realize this is not an accurate cross. They wanted you to raise him up a little bit so you can look into a naked person dying on the cross and think, I don't want to get on that cross. So you can look. It's humiliation. This is a humiliation ceremony, basically. And everything points to him. Even the cross, even the shape of the cross. I don't believe the cross was a perfect cross. It's slightly bigger on one side. Ever so slightly bigger with the tribes named out. And it's a lot shorter cross than this big lengthy one that they show in the films. Yeah, and it doesn't go through his hands. Earlier on in the stream, we had Corvid saying, I said, Corvid, when you saw Jesus's hands, with the holes in his hands, were the holes in his hands here or were they here? And he went, they were here. Because to go through, he's a lamb, bones can't be broken. You can only get a nail through here without breaking a bone. That's why Jesus's legs weren't smashed. He died and they smashed the other 2 guys' legs. They broke their legs because the Sabbath was ending. So they wanted to kill them quickly. They smashed their legs. They broke their legs. And this is why, look, a 9-inch nail to go through has to go through here, doesn't it? Has to go through both of these bones up in here to go through. So this is why you need to study. It's so interesting, the amount of information that's just in his name. Because you're reading it on a surface level, you're reading the letters and the meaning. This is a New King James Bible. Great. This is my go-to. Yeah, I've got a King James somewhere else. It's literally there. But the codes underneath, they all match up underneath. The letters, what each number means, and the pictures paint out stories. So this is just... this is cracker stuff, and you can kind of work this out. Once you understand how God speaks, you can kind of go find out things yourself. So I just thought that was really cool. I don't know how we got into... Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? It's crazy. You can work these things out, guys. So this is Gematria in the King James Bible. It's all the way through. And I think that if we learn that, we can destroy all false religions and all false doctrines inside Christianity as well. It basically disproves all the other extra canonical books. So because we are following God, we can change our stance on information and go, actually, I used to believe there was more books, but now you've shown me how God talks. I'm following God, and you can change your perspective. So basically, that's Gematria. So I think it's really, really cool. I think it's something you should get into because you'll fall more in love with how God talks. So yeah, that's my little detour into the thickets, but I hope you enjoyed it. And if you want to watch that video, it's on my channel. It's not got many views, but yeah. And in the future, I'm wanting to, there's £100 if someone will debate me on sola scripture. Yeah, and there's £100, win, lose or draw. If you have a big channel and you want to debate me on sola scripture, Marima, means bring it in Thai. So yeah, 9 Inch Nails, the band, yeah, demonic band. Why do you think it's 9 Inch Nails? Because they have to get it into the wood, they have to get through 2 legs, and they have to bend it over. It holds the person on the cross. And look, and this is Roman nails. This is what, look, here you go. This is what Roman nails look like. I'll show you the ones that I mean, because you'll find them. Look. That's not a perfect one, but they're bent over. Look, see how long they are. Hang on, there's ones that are perfect. They're like this, but they're bent over. hang on, there are perfect ones like this. You see, like this, the tav. If you go back into the pictures, these are the nails that they were using, like this. If you bend that over, it shows you the pictograph of the tav. There you go. Can you see this? If you bend it over, it makes the letter the tav, the 7. So it's so interesting. Don't tell me Gematria is not interesting, bro. So there's so much inside of there. So I could talk I'm blushing at how much I love my Bible. Like your whole world will change. I'm just going to show this for everyone who wants to actually learn truth. This is the channel that I recommend. Yeah, this is the channel that I recommend. This is my favorite person. I've bought his book. His book is somewhere. But this is the channel I recommend. Truth is Christ. Yeah, mathematical perfection of the KJB. It's all the way through. Let me just show you his channel. You need, if you want to grow in Christ, you need to check this. Even in here, he does a video about every 2 or 3 months. He does so much research, but truth is Christ. Yeah. Pi is the Fibonacci sequence. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing. You have to cross that bridge. Yeah. So, like, anyone tells you that your book is not supernatural is not studying the King James Bible. Yeah. There's so much in there. There's even Psalms prophesying the King James Bible. My words are pure words. Listen to this. My words are pure words. Now, watch this. This is prophecy from the Bible. Look, this is prophecy from the Bible. Check this. 2 seconds.
Do you want to throw these away?
It's just I'm online now. No, don't throw them away. I'm going to fix them. Let me just go to the King James Bible. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of the earth, purified 7 times. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried of the furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Ready? Purified 7 times. Tinsdale was the first attempt to get the Bible into the English language. He was crucified. He was set on fire for it. Yeah, and it went through 7 translations for us to get to the King James Bible. Yeah. Tinsdale's last words were, God, open the eyes of the King of England. Open the eyes of the King of England. Yeah. So it's coming into, it's being purified. His word is being purified over an earthen furnace 7 times. And we see absolute perfection with Fibonacci, number count, patterns, words being changed. There's so much symmetry inside of this inside of the King James Bible. It blows your mind. So if you want to learn, go and check out The Truth is Christ. Your whole world will change. Imagine this is King James Bible. It's over there. It's a supernatural text, blood. Supernatural text. You cannot change one letter. It says not one jot nor tittle will be changed from my word. In the Hebrew, we've only ever had one. And the Greek, why do you think he picked Greek? Because it was the global language. The English is the global language. Yeah, he knows the beginning from the end. It has Fibonacci. Bruv, it has Fibonacci sequence in the King James Bible. Like literally in the King. They're just peering into this now. And it has the number count. Yeah. It has the number count of the King James Bible. The count is 7 to the power of 7. Do you know what that means? Okay, 7 is 7. 7 times 7 is 49. 49 times 7 is 300 and something. 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 times 7. It's 832,000. You cannot take a letter, a word, or anything away from the Bible, or that pattern will collapse. God's favorite number is 7. It's all the way through. It's incredible. And there's so many examples that people be like, yeah, I know about Gematria. Gematria is in the Greek and it's in the Hebrew. Yeah, cool. Do you think God's suddenly going to change that fact of how he talks? It's nonsense. You need to fall in love with this text and you will depart from heresy. So yeah, I'm going to you can see me beaming, can't you? Like, honestly, when I fell in love with this
And Chuck Missler says, I hate it when people say you can't prove the word of God. Yes, you can. This is a supernatural text. You need to do your studying. If you know what the word of God is and how to identify it, you can identify all false books. Come at me with sola scripture, bro. You'll get cooked. Absolutely rallied. Oh, how do you know this text is meant to be in here? Because man can't produce this text. It's 66 books that interlink with 63,000 cross-references inside of it. Cool. Go study. But I will teach you, do the best of my ability, or point you to people that do it more. A lot of people on this channel who followed me for a while are like, I can't believe it. I've been looking into your stuff. I've been looking into the stuff that you point me to. And then it's like, wow. And you can literally, some people get so amazed by realizing what this book is that they don't even open it for a week. They just look at it and go, that is a supernatural book. A perfect book given to us by God, refined 7 times with number codes and patterns all the way through it. It even goes as far as the titles. You see here? You see here? And it has chapter titles. Elisha raised the Shunammite's son. That's not in the text. But when you include it in the text and the codes and how it was scrolls and it's been chopped up, God has always been refining his word. And we have a perfect book now. Perfect book. So I encourage you. Yeah. It's so interesting. So, right, I'm going to, Moonflare, are you there? I'm going to stop beaming and smiling because I can't stop smiling. Are you there, Moonflare?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I was waiting for, I think Lily said she was going to come back, but...
Yeah, that's fine. What did you think of the information there? I know it's a lot to take in.
Honestly, like, I'm still in my, like, I'm still reading the Bible, so, like, I haven't dwelled much into, like, biblical codes, but one gospel I've always been, like, extremely big on, because, like, it just encapsulated me the first time I read it, because it was, like, the first thing I read, I was in I had very serious medical issues at the time, potentially death, and this was the only book I could read. It was, like, the Gospel of Matthew. And I've heard some people talk about how, like, there's patterns of 7 all throughout it. And, like, I read the entire Torah, so I know 7's like a really important number. Like, I want to look into the patterns of 7 in Matthew. I don't use a KJV translation, but I know the pattern would still carry through even in other translations. So I'm interested in that. Let's see if I can find any sources for it.
Watch this. Watch this. You want to understand the code in Matthew, because I don't. If people are watching this channel, I don't ever want to throw this card out because I'm going to cook them so hard with it. Do you want to see the pattern in Matthew?
Yeah, pull it up. I've heard of something similar in the Quran, but, like, when I was researching it, for the guy to get this code, he had to remove verses. It's called, like, Code 19. He had to remove verses from the Quran for his code to work. He took out 2 verses out of the end of a surah.
Yeah.
I think his name was Rashad Khalifa. He would have to edit, like, words and verses in the Quran to, like, get to the weird Code 19 thing. I thought it was mostly baloney, but I haven't researched biblical codes.
It is baloney, but the thing that you're talking about here is my favorite code. And I talk to certain people, and I only bring up certain codes because I want them to debate me. They think Comanche is, they think it. They don't know the level it can go to. So are you sitting comfortably, Moonflare?
I am good to go.
Then I shall begin. Chuck Missler to the stage. And guys, listen, when you hear this code, your whole world's going to shake.
Design. Imagine that I'm going to give you an assignment. I'd like you to see if you can write a genealogy, but I want you to meet certain requirements. I'd like the number of words should be divisible by 7 evenly. In other words, if you divide the number of words you're going to use, I want you to, when you divide that number by 7, it comes out even. That means you can use 7 words, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49. You get the idea. Whatever number of words you decide to use, it's divisible by 7 exactly. How many of you feel you could do something like that? To write a genealogy? Good, okay, sure, of course, that doesn't sound that hard. I got another requirement. I'd like the number of letters that you have in your assignment when you turn in. I'd like them also to be divisible by 7 exactly. Now, when I say divisible by 7, I mean there's no remainder. It's not like you divide by 7 and have 3 left over. So in other words, it divides by 7 exactly. The number of words divisible by 7 exactly. The number of letters divisible by 7. How many feel you could still do that if you had a little time to fool with it? Maybe a computer to help you. Okay, good, no problem. I'm not through. I'd like the number of vowels to be divisible by 7. Well, that's getting a little harder, isn't it? It's harder to play with that one. I'd like the number of consonants to be divisible by 7 exactly. See, not only are the number of letters divisible by 7, the number of each category of letters, vowels or consonants, also divisible by 7 exactly. That's starting to get, how many feel they could still do that? No players, huh? I'm not even through. I'd like the number of words that begin with a vowel to be divisible by 7 exactly. I'd like the number of words that begin with a consonant to be divisible by 7 exactly. If you can do one, you can actually do the other because some of those are going to be divisible by 7. You follow me? But okay, I'm not through yet. I like the number of words that occur more than once to be divisible by 7. I'd like the words that occur in more than one form divisible by 7. And I like those that occur in only one form to be divisible by 7. I'd like the number of nouns to be divisible by 7, and only 7 words that are not nouns, okay? I don't think I have any more players, do I? No one wants to try this? I'd like the number of names to be divisible by 7, and I'd also like only 7 other kinds of nouns permitted that are not names. I'd like the number of male names to be divisible by 7. And I'd like the number of generations that you're dealing with also divisible by 7. And you've probably guessed by now that what I'm talking about here is the genealogy of Jesus Christ in the first 11 verses of the Gospel of Matthew in Greek.
Do you understand the stipulations that he was laying out?
Yes.
It's incredible. This is the genealogy of Matthew from 1 to 11. This is in the Greek. The stipulations, no over, no under. Everything's divisible by 7. The nouns, the names, the people. It's incredible. And there's even more. If you watch the full thing, there's a Russian gentleman who found Christ, came to America and dedicated, I think, 49 years of his life to finding these codes. And there's more stipulations that you can add on even further than that one. But just for this short presentation, there's a longer presentation on this to show that the gospel is perfect. The genealogy is perfect all the way through. That's in Greek. It's not a King James Bible one. That's in Greek. And then there's the Talmud. Hang on 2 seconds. I've got a little fish on the thingy. Tax money. There's a link there, bro. Why don't you come up on stage? If you reach between your leg and you find 2 round things, yeah, and you've got them, come up on stage, bro. Manema. Yeah. So we see these codes all the way through the Bible. And it's just incredible. But what that does is once you understand and you see a few of these codes, I've actually done a 9-hour live stream where I've synced these together. If you go into the live stream, it's called Biblical Codes. It's 9 hours long of me just playing the videos of the top guys put together. There's hours and hours of biblical codes on there. So if you want to learn, if you think this is really cool, I've made a live stream and it's not me talking. It's just me playing videos all day long for 9 hours. And you will, yeah. Why are you crying, LOL? Respond through text. Come up on stage, bro. Come on. Come up on stage. Yeah. We got a little one. So the Bible's perfect. It's literally perfect. And no one will argue about the Greek and the Hebrew ones, but they will argue because it goes against their church. That goes against their churches of these extra canonical books. Now, is there information in extra canonical books? Yeah, of course there is. But it's not the word of God. It's not God breathed. And these patterns go all the way through the 66 books, showing that it's a combined message passed through time with one author through man. So it's so interesting. So guys, if you want to geek out and you want to just just bathe in the fact of this supernatural book that we have in front of us, I implore you, go and watch the 9-hour live stream I did. It's incredible. It's all the best videos linked together, no talking, click, click, onto the next one. So yeah, and a lot of the people on this channel now, through following the content that I put out, are fully aware of this stuff, and it just blows their mind. And you can find code. I found a code. I just showed you I found a code. I'm not saying other people haven't found it, but I didn't come to these codes by myself. I came to this code by myself. Other people will have found it in the world. It's not a hard one to work out. That there are probably codes in your Varve. The other ones is in science as well. In a painter will always put his signature at the bottom. An artist will always put his signature on the bottom of everything. Now, in your DNA, you have sulfuric bonds, and they have a repeating pattern of 5, 10, 6. Well, it's 5, 10, 6. It's 5, 6, 10. 5, it's 5, 6, 5, 10. Yovhe Varve of the sulfuric bonds. So God has put his code inside of your DNA, a repeating pattern through the DNA that makes humans. It's all the way through. His name is literally imprinted in your DNA code. It's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. So I love things like this. And this is, when you have Muslims listen to this, they can argue in the chat. They can't argue against these supernatural texts. And then Allah will say, what's that verse? If anyone can produce a verse like this, and it's a challenge to anyone that can produce verses like this, no one can produce verses like this. No one can produce verses like this. So that's why there's 100 quid. If you want, if you've got a big channel, you want to come tell me about extra-canonical books, come. And all you have to do is say, can you show me gematria inside of any of these books? Because I can find multiple gematria inside individual books and books that span all the way across. Are you aware of the Hebrew in the Pentateuch? You know the Pentateuch meaning 5, the first 5 books of Moses? No, I'll just do a diatribe. In the first, don't worry, listen. In the first 5 books of Moses, the word Torah is every 50 letters. Torah, 50 letters. It's called you miss 50 words, and you find Torah spelled all through the first 2 books. Torah, all the way through the first 2 books. If you skip the middle book, the 3rd book, and go to the second 2 books, every 49 letters is Torah spelled backwards. Yeah, you have a Shemitah cycle, 50 and 49, they're big numbers in Hebrew. In the middle book, every 7 letters is Yovhe Varve. It's literally the book, the first 5 books are all pointing to the name of God, written all the way through the 3rd book. And that's the Pentateuch. So, like, what are you talking about, bruv? It's amazing. Honestly, I'm beaming when I get to talk about things like this. So yeah, it's interesting. We have, hopefully, there's some guy who said, let me just go Captain Muslim. He said this. He said, I got cooked and I changed my position. Did I change my position when presented with more text? So when Muslim metaphysician or metaphysics or whatever it's called read a text and goes, who does it sound like? With those texts, it sounds like Jesus is the prince. Yeah. Later on, when reading more of the text, it's basically the high priest. Yeah. And I went through all the reasons why it couldn't be. I changed my position when presented with more text. So if someone reads you a book and reads you a few verses and says, who do you think this is? I can only make a decision on the text that you've given me. And then later on, I go, no, it can't be that. It's actually a foreshadow. It is a messianic prophecy of the high priest, who is the foreshadowing of Jesus Christ. But you wouldn't know about that in your Quran, because the Bible has shadows and types of Jesus all the way through. And if you'd have listened to my earlier argument, they wanted me to describe Jesus in the flesh. And I'm telling you, Jesus is all through 66 books, prophesied. He's all the way through the books. It's incredible. Listen to this one. Listen to this one. Let me show you this one. Jesus in every book. This is a child. Okay, this is a child. This is a child destroying everything that you think about who Jesus is.
So I hope you're listening, tax money. This is why your book is doo-doo. And the guys that you listen to have to set up traps to catch me. And then when presented with more evidence, I can just go, no. Actually, your boy got cooked, bro. You keep cheering for your team, but just keep listening to my channel. This is Jesus Christ. Listen.
Says Jesus Christ is the seed of the woman. In Exodus, he is the Passover lamb. In Leviticus, he is our high priest. In Numbers, he is the pillar of cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night. In Deuteronomy, he is the prophet like unto Moses. In Joshua, he is the captain of our salvation. In Judges, he is our judge and lawgiver. In Ruth, he is our kinsman redeemer. In 1st and 2nd Samuel, he is our trusted prophet. In Kings and Chronicles, he is our reigning king. In Ezra, he is the rebuilder of the broken down walls of human life. In Esther, he is our Mordecai. In Job, he is our ever-living redeemer. In Psalms, he is our shepherd. In Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, he is our wisdom. In Song of Solomon, he is our loving bridegroom. In Isaiah, he is the Prince of Peace. In Jeremiah, he is our righteous branch. In Lamentations, he is our weeping prophet. In Ezekiel, he is the wonderful four-faced man. In Daniel, he is the fourth man in life's fiery furnace. In Hosea, he is the faithful husband forever married to the backslider. In Joel, he's the baptizer with the Holy Ghost and fire. In Amos, he's our burden bearer. In Obadiah, he is mighty to save. In Jonah, he is our great foreign missionary. In Micah, he's the messenger of beautiful feet. In Nahum, he's the avenger of God's elect. In Habakkuk, he is God's evangelist crying, revive thy works in the midst of the years. In Zephaniah, he's our savior. In Haggai, he's the restorer of God's lost heritage. In Zechariah, he's the fountain opened up in the house of David for sin and uncleanness. And in Malachi, he's the son of righteousness, rising with healing in his wings. In Matthew, he's the king of the Jews. In Mark, he's the servant. In Luke, he's the son of man, feeling what you feel. In John, he's the son of God. In Acts, he's the savior of the world. In Romans, he's the righteousness of God. In 1 Corinthians, he is the rock that followed Israel. In 2 Corinthians, he is the triumphant one, giving victory. In Galatians, he is your liberty. He set you free. In Ephesians, he is the head of the church. In Philippians, he is your joy. In Colossians, he is your completeness. In 1st and 2nd Thessalonians, he is your hope. In 1 Timothy, he is your faith. In 2 Timothy, he is your stability. In Philemon, he is your benefactor. In Titus, he is truth. In Hebrews, he is your perfection. In James, he is the power behind your faith. In 1 Peter, he is your example. In 2 Peter, he is your purity. In 1 John, he is your life. In 2 John, he is your pattern. In 3 John, he is your motivation. In Jude, he is the foundation of your faith. In Revelation, he is your coming king. He is the first and the last, the beginning and the end. He is the keeper of creation, the creator of all. He's the architect of the universe and the manager of all time. He always was, he always is, and he always will be. Unmoved, unchanged, undefeated, and never undone. He was bruised and brought healing. He was pierced and eased pain. He was persecuted and brought freedom. He was dead and brought life. He is risen and brings power. He reigns and brings peace. The world can't understand him. The armies can't defeat him. Schools can't explain him, and the leaders can't ignore him. Herod couldn't kill him. Pharisees couldn't confuse him. People couldn't hold him. Nero couldn't crush him. Hitler couldn't silence him. New Age can't replace him. And Oprah can't explain him away. He is light, love, longevity, and more. He is goodness, kindness, gentleness, and God. He is holy, righteous, mighty, powerful, and pure. His ways are right. His word is eternal. His will is unchanging, and his mind is on me. He is my Redeemer. He is my Savior. He is my guide. He is my peace. He is my joy. He is my comfort. He is my Lord. He rules my life.
If that don't get you fired up, I don't know what will. Listen, Mumflair, I'm going to end because I'm just on a hype after exposing people to this kind of level of information. Let the Muslims chat as long as they're watching. I really don't care. Your boy got cooked. That's why they kicked me off stage, bruv. Proof's in the pudding, isn't it? Have a lovely day. But listen, gang, we're going to end with a classic. We're going to just do this, bruv. Nobody got time for that. It's time to just vibe out, bruv. It is time. Are we ready?
Here I am, Lord, send me. Theme tune. We're going to end off with a banger. Christians, come.
I gave my life to Lord and said, put me to work. Pass me the shield of faith and my right to work. Be my rock, and I'll be mouth. The confound false gods and cast demons. Be my strength, and I'll be your hands. To be your servant and heal your lands. Cause the battle ain't over. The saint gay soldier is near before my king. All praise to Jehovah. Stand on your front line, who shall I fear? Holy Ghost inside, and the end is near. What shall I do, Lord? Tell, destroy false gods and set the captives free. Then I heard a voice from above saying, who shall I send? Who will go for us? And then I said, here am I, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. And won't stop till you come back to get me. I gave my life to the Lord and said, put me to work. Pass me the shield of faith and my right your word. Be my rock and I'll be mouth. The confound false gods and cast demons. Be my strength and I'll be your hands. To be your servant and heal your lands. Cause the battle ain't over. The saint gay soldier is still before my king. All praise to Jehovah. I'm stand on your front line. Who shall I fear? Holy Ghost inside and the end is near. What shall I do? Lord, tell, destroy false gods and set the captives free. Then I heard a voice from above saying, who shall I send? Who will go for us? And then I said, here am I, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. And won't stop till you come back to get me. Ooh, 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 get me. Ooh, ooh, I won't stop till you come back. Ooh, 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 get me. Ooh, ooh. Then I heard a voice from above saying, who shall I send? Who will go for us? And then I said, here am I, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. And won't stop till you come back to get me. Then I heard a voice from above saying, who shall I send? Who will go for us? And then I said, here am I, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. Here I am, Lord, send me. And won't stop till you come back to get me.
Saints, join me in prayer. Dear God, loving Heavenly Father, we come before you with thanks and praise for who you are. Your word is perfect. We step boldly before the throne. We will not break, we will not bend. We will come against all false teachers and all false doctrines. You alone are King. We fight out a victory because of your perfect sacrifice. We give everything that we can for you. We lift up our hands as a spiritual sacrifice, knowing that it is done. Telestekiai, it is finished. Maranatha, come Lord Jesus. Let us work each and every day into the field to set the captives free, to cast out demons, to lead people in justice and in rights, to be like Christ each and every day, to stamp on false doctrines, to lead people out of satanic religions, to let them have a living relationship with a God who can know you personally. He knitted you together in your womb. He calls you friend. He adopted you into your family. He has paid the price so that you can be reunited with him in eternity. It is a free gift. It is the good news. It has been done. It has been finished. We give you all the praise and all the glory. God, I'm so thankful that you saved a wretch like me each and every day, refining me, bringing me to the battlefield, raising me up and the people that are around me. Here we are, Lord, send us. Let our cry be of peace, of love, of forgiveness, of gentleness, of kindness, of meekness. Let us pray for our enemies. Let us be kind. Let our good deeds confound the enemy. Let us pray for our enemies. Let them show them the love of what Jesus Christ can do, can touch their heart. Let us never stop praising you. Let us never stop worshiping you. Let your name be placed in high honor. Jesus Christ, we love you. We give you all the glory and all the praise. We ask all these things. And all the saints said, amen and amen. Jesus Christ is King. He is coming soon. Go into the field. The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. God makes the unqualified qualified. He used 12 disciples 10 of those were under the age of 20. Step forward, get onto the front line, go and get those crowns to throw at his feet. Go put on the robe of righteousness, not just the robe of salvation. Serve him out of love because he's done everything for you. We can call him Abba, Father. He knows us. He wants to know you. Allah's dead. He never existed. Buddha's dead. Muhammad's dead. Jesus Christ conquered death. You can know him. Pray, get to know him, give him all the glory and serve in his kingdom. For this life is but a vapor, and eternity is a long time to be wrong. Put your faith in the finished work of the cross 2,000 years ago. I love you, Jesus Christ. God bless you guys. I'll see you later. All glory to God.